Well, hello. Good morning, Vietnam. Twitch. Woo! Well, howdy, folks. Howdy, howdy. Hey, Scary. Enjoy dinner. Good morning, Vietnam, Twitch. Viet Twitch. How's everybody doing, man? How's everybody doing, folks? Dun, 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 dun. Da 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 do 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 do. Do 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 do. Bo 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 bo. Whoa 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 whoa. Nice, lazy lady. What? Hassan got taken down for what? What happened? Oh, shitty ISP. I see. Fresh owner and welcome. We have a show for you today, folks. We have a show. U.S. imposes economic warfare on Iran. We're going to look at that first. We're going to talk about the dark money behind Myanmar's war genocide on the Rohingya. And then we're also going to take a look at DRC's Ebola outbreak. There's so much more. But how are you? How are you, folks? How are you? Top of the morning to you. Kia ora. The Bangla song, you mean? Bangladeshi song? Yeah. Yeah, over 5,000 cases of Ebola now. 5,000 cases of Ebola now have been identified in the DRC. 5,000. It's crazy. It's the biggest outbreak of Ebola. It was the second biggest, but now it's the largest by far. How's everybody going? I hope you're feeling okay on this dais. 9-inch toenails. Kia ora. Vilmoriga. Kia ora. Hassan's computer went down 3 times during an interview, so I think he's calling it for the day. Well, fair enough. Fair enough. Welcome, everybody. Baby Walk, how are you? Baby Walk, you're like always the first person here. It's quite amazing. Like, you must get the notification and instantly like in. I love that. That's amazing. Okay. He never left. In the short term, I'm feeling okay, but I'm feeling horribly depressed and pessimistic about the state of the world. Yeah. I think we're all in the same boat on that. It sucks. It sucks a lot. Hey, Epstein Files, welcome. Why is this like this? See, this is why I got a starting soon screen so that I could set up properly, and then I fucked it up straight away. I got a starting soon screen just so I could take the time to set everything up, and I got one major thing wrong. Oh my goodness. What's the point? What's the point of getting a starting soon screen if I can't even get this shit right? All right. How we doing? We feeling good? Oh, shit. Yeah, there's another thing that I haven't done. Oh, hold on. Oh, we need the soundboard. We need the soundboard. Come on, Cletus. Come on. Come on. Shimon. Oh, love you guys. Welcome. Welcome in. Okay, we need the soundboard. Let's get the soundboard going, and then we're in. Hey. Soundboard. What are you doing? Oh, Stream Deck is... Yeah, we got soundboard.
He should kiss my ass.
Thank you, friends.
Magnus, welcome. Jeez nuts.
Booyah, Navy!
I want to be a good boy.
They don't know what the they're doing.
Reopening the
That's Strait of Hormuz.
There is a list.
So there we are.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Let's get into it, eh? Let's get straight into it. Content. Oh, shit. Okay, here's another thing. Oh, my gosh. I got it. I got a starting soon screen, and I fucked everything up. Great. Let's go.
Share in the isolation of a withering regime. Teams from Treasury, State, and the U.S. military are now meeting with their global counterparts to tell them that the United States expects action. Every country has a defined timeline to shut down activities we have identified. If they do not take action, we will do so unilaterally through Treasury authorities. For example, every branch of Bank Melee must be shuttered and dark. And let me be clear, any entity that facilitates money laundering on behalf of Iran will be removed from the US dollar system.
Hey, does Iran have a GoFundMe page? Asking for a friend.
The clock just started ticking. The new sectoral sanctions determinations issued today target 5 of Iran's most vital lifelines that it exploits in other countries: digital assets, technology, gold, aviation, and shipping. These measures broaden secondary sanctions risk for anyone foolish enough to continue conducting business with this regime, and will accelerate the speed with which we pursue them. As I speak, Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control is also sanctioning over 60 entities, individuals, and vessels around the world that enable the Iranian regime to procure illicit nuclear and missile technology, conduct cyber operations, and generate oil revenue. This is a sustained campaign to collapse every last option for Iran. Let there be no ambiguity as to the position of the United States. And economic engagement.
Nutsack TV! Nuts! We got Nutsack TV in the chat, everybody. Jeez nuts. We got Nutsack TV in the chat. I don't actually know who Nutsack TV is, but great name. Jeez nuts. Like what sort of nuts? Like G's nuts? G's nuts? Like G's nuts? G's nuts?
Thank you, friends.
Of any kind with this murderous regime will expose those responsible to the full reach of American power. For decades, this regime has drawn strength from a calculus that regards Iranian retaliation as certain and American enforcement as negotiable. Under President Trump, that era is over. To the ordinary soldiers supporting this regime, As more and more of your paychecks stop or are supposedly just delayed, ask whether your commanders are leading your country to triumph or to ruin. And recall that the Berlin Wall fell when ordinary soldiers decided not to shoot at their own people. And to those who enable Tehran, do not discount the cost of testing Washington's resolve. No nation should expect to enjoy the rewards of our system while helping those who seek to destroy it. It is now a time for world leaders to make a decision between prosperity and isolation, peace and terror, America and Iran. The campaign we begin today will gather force with every day that follows, and it will not end until this regime stands alone. With that, I welcome your questions.
So let me get this straight. This is it. This is the an escalation. My thing is, why would the world back America in this? Like, obviously, countries are starting to see now that this is a great opportunity to dethrone America as the global hegemon. Like, why would countries not help Iran? You know, I just don't get this, guys. Like, what America's doing here by going deeper and deeper into this targeting of Iran is exposing itself, or exposing its limits of its own power to the world. The risk is, if this doesn't work either, where to next? What's next? This is the escalation cycle, you know? I'm so sick of this. These stupid politicians are just playing with all our lives. These dumb motherfuckers are threatening economic shit like we haven't been doing that for 50 fucking years. They think the people will believe this dumbass tactic is new. We have literally put the cart in front of the war horse here. Seriously, why should anyone help America? What the fuck has America really done for anyone other than colonizing and genocide? Yeah. Putting our nuts on the table, going all in. The fucking problem is we have a pair of threes. It's still a pair, I guess. But yeah, this feels like a Hail Mary of sorts. But also the timing is so weird. Like, why didn't they do this right at the beginning? All in on a pair, yeah. Why didn't they do this at the beginning, you know? Why hold out till now? This is crazy.
David from Reuters.
Hi, thanks, Secretary. One of the most powerful tools you have at your disposal is the ability to impose secondary sanctions on banks and financial institutions that facilitate transactions for Iran. Chinese banks have often been talked about being targeted, but we don't see any of those institutions targeted here. Is that something that is coming in this campaign, or is the very delicate trade truce with China something that could prohibit you from going that far and taking that very big step?
We want to make clear here today that no one is above the reach of U.S. sanctions. That if they facilitate transactions and are part of the ecosystem that turns Iranian oil into money, into repression, they will be targeted. We find that the best way to engage with countries is through quiet diplomacy, and we are level setting with every country to tell them our expectations.
This is the behave or we'll continue to do bad shit. Yeah, this is the playbook, right? Like, if you, I don't think America has truly been challenged this way before. This is a first for America. It didn't work on Canada, so why would it work on the rest of these countries? They're a big joke. Canada's different though, right? Really, Scott? So when China buys the same oil, what the fuck are we gonna do, buddy? That's where we buy all our shit. I think like the big thing here is to realize that China also has a payment system. SWIFT isn't the only payment system. I believe all this is doing is making Iran more reliant on China, and it's doing exactly what these people don't want. It's the most idiotic shit. Someone should ask why they are doing it. Hold up. It scrolled too quickly. Someone should ask why we are doing it just now. They started the war of choice early in the year. This shows weakness and lack of any strategy. Complete jackasses, falling empire, flailing, nothing for people, just overlords and conquest. I agree, Latex. I honestly, like, that's the question I asked, right? Like, why did it take so long to do this? If this was such an important strategy, and Iran grabbed you by the Hormuz Sea, the first thing you would do is just like, this should be the first option, not the bombs. Possibly just genuine derangement against Iran, but also could be worried if they help Iran, they will get the sanctions package and tariffs. China and India, at least, have been seemingly pretty generous with their help, even Russia to an extent with intel. Yeah, I think the big thing here is the West doing this constantly, like turning to violence and coercion and just weaponization of any system, any global system, whenever they're like feeling a little bit fragile, is starting to, the effects are wearing off. No country has been able to do this against the U.S. Like Vietnam fought a war, kicked the U.S. out, but it didn't impact U.S. economy like this. It didn't have the risk of bringing down global markets like this is having. And, the crazy thing for me is Trump's administration keeps boasting about how they're setting up to reroute oil through other directions, through like different pipelines, and they're getting the dark fleet out. So if you're doing all of that, why these sanctions then? Why these sanctions? Why do you care? So what I'm trying to tell you is that they are. This is derangement. It's gone to the stage where they've lost full control of this. Now, I'm afraid we're in a larger escalation cycle. When these economic sanctions fail, they'll lash out again. Wannabe mobster bullshit. Not even a good mobster. The old ones used to help the community under the table. These guys are, just bullies, guys.
We know who they are. They know who they are. So when the hammer of U.S. Treasury actions falls upon them, they will have no one to blame but themselves. So, Richard from CBS.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. You said the president is calling world leaders with specific asks, and that there is a defined timeline. Who is he calling, and what are the asks?
We're not going to name names that we've already seen.
China. He's calling China. They already used all this before. They got no ammo. Hey, Matt, how are you? Hey, Lordly, welcome, everybody. Not enough capacity in the... They already used all this before. They got no ammo on economic warfare. I mean, they might. They might have a few more things, but this is like flogging a dead horse at this point. This is beating the Joker to a pulp on the ground and then threatening to hurt his pocketbook. It didn't work for Batman. It won't work here.
Seen some results, and that I am confident the president, as you all know, is quite persuasive, and we are following his calls up with calls from visits and calls from the State Department and from the U.S. Treasury, expecting them or telling the
welcome new plan, same as the old plan. So true.
Leaders, the countries, and the entities exactly what we expect and the timelines, and I would expect that very quickly, if they do not respond, then you will see the ramifications of their actions.
Can you say how far the timelines are?
Again, I'm not going to set timelines, but we do not have infinite patience here. Jennifer?
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. You just said moments ago that no one is above U.S. sanctions.
The
What
ramifications
specific
of their
secondary
actions.
sanctions or
Can you say
penalties
how far the
is
time?
Hold on. Why is this playing over the other audio?
Treasury prepared to levy against if they
we
do
do
not
not have
comply?
infinite
And then
patience here.
secondly, as you look to take these unprecedented sanctions,
Hold the fuck on. Yeah, it's something happened with the
they do not
Backwards.
comply. And then
we issued
secondly, as you look to
the
take
quarterly refunding
There we
announcement 2.5 weeks ago. We are going to continue with our regular program of auctions. So you will be hearing from us
Yeah, they fucked up the edit. They fucked up the edit. It wasn't me, guys. It's this.
again at the beginning of next quarter. In terms of, as I said, every country, every entity should know that they should be prepared to face U.S. sanctions. And no one is above this. We are going to hold everyone accountable, and this is economic asphyxiation of this regime. And Jennifer, as I said, no one should test our resolve. So,
Holy shit, another US carrier has left the Indo-Pacific? What is happening? Why is what's America doing? They're putting all their eggs in one basket, bro. Even I can see that this is check my PayPal. Hold up. Deb, what did you send? Oh, thank you, Deb. Oh, thank you, Deb. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Deb. I appreciate that. $80. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Deb. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh my gosh, that's incredible. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Deb. Sorry, I turned my notification off on all my stuff when I'm gonna sleep because our son co-sleeps with us. So yeah, I usually miss these things. He's planning to invade. Who knows?
Josh from New York Post.
You said you weren't going to name names, but there's been some reports that the United Arab Emirates is among some of the first nations to take seriously these words from the United States to cut off all business interactions with Iran. Is UAE leading the way in this respect?
Of course, the UAE is leading the way. The UAE has Trump's. The UAE is leading the way because the UAE is basically a vassal state of the West. It'll do anything the West wants. At the moment, the big issue for America is the fragmenting nature of their alliances in the region. We've got Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan joining in on this in a coalition. Will Iran join that? They're calling it something like the Mecca Agreement or something. If Iran joins that, holy shit. There is an independent security agreement between states similar to NATO. The first time there'll be a coalition of states in this way. Although the Sahel region might be another example of states in coalition to take on the empire, take on imperialism. But this is insane, right? Like, America just keeps pushing all these countries away. This is like an abusive relationship with America. Any country that goes into a relationship with America is in like a perpetual abusive relationship because they just keep abusing their fucking privilege and power. It's insane, man. The problem now for America, though, is they're not the only option. China's there. People can always use the China option. This is so weird to me.
I would think that the actions that they took last week were not coincident, but likely causal. And I would expect that we would see a broad array of countries taking similar actions as we continue our engagement. The UAE have been very good partners and have taken the brunt of the Iranian attacks in the Gulf. And what have these countries gotten over the years from appeasing Iran? They were subject to violent attacks. While we were bombing Iran, they were bombing them. So it shows that with this regime, appeasement does not work.
So why the fuck were you bombing Iran then? Can I just ask the question that everyone's thinking of? Journalist, next question. Why were you bombing Iran, you tool bag?
And on the other side, with this regime, trying to buy appeasement will no longer work in the eyes of the United States of America. And I want to emphasize that we are spreading out across the world as we speak, that you will see a wave of sanctions when you leave this meeting today, and you should expect that cadence to continue. And I would expect that you will see a major announcement of a financial institution being sanctioned by the end of this week. So,
oh, fucking hell, this is bad. Okay, Americans, this is I think he's pulling the economic nuclear. This is economic nuclear warfare. They are going so hard. They tried with Canada, and why those negotiations failed is because they said to Canada, well, if we sign this deal with you, we want you to have exclusivity with us, and we want you to drop other deals that you've signed. So they would have targeted Canada's deal with China, for example, and Canada just said, no, your deal is not more valuable to us than, say, a deal with China or anybody else. And I think America is going all in on this fucking economic warfare. Trump just can't take losing. He can't take losing. He's lost. He just doesn't know it yet. He's digging himself into this huge pit. And what have I told you about fragility, guys? White fragility. This is like such a dangerous moment for the world. I am not joking. His back is against the wall. Who knows what the fuck this demented idiot is going to do. Dope Stick. My friend said today that Scott Besant looks like an actor playing Scott Besant. Someone like Rupert Lowe. Rob Lowe. Right. This stream has the level of anger kids crave. Hey, Ponder Monkey, welcome. Platinum Pluto.
Samira from Sky. Yep. No. No. Are you? No. I'm looking for Samira from Sky. No. Hi.
Does the United States and President Trump still want Canada to become a state? He did say that they're getting all the benefits of being a state without being one.
I think he would like Canada to come to the table and negotiate in good faith. They were offered quite a good deal last week. They chose to reject it. Unfortunately, Prime Minister Carney rose to power on an anti-American, anti-Trump platform. I believe he was more than 20 points behind, and he seems to have gone back to his old playbook. And I think one has to ask oneself, is he trying to benefit himself, the Liberal Party, or the Canadian people? Because they were offered a very good job. So
they were offered a very good job. Nice. Yeah, no one. should sign any deals with America right now. America is in such a weird spot. No one should sign anything with America right now. It's a bad time to make deals with America.
Yep.
Thank you, Secretary Besson. If I could shift to bond yields quickly. We saw them tick down today after some turbulence and going up last week. Can you tell us if there's any possibility that there will be more bond buybacks anytime soon?
Again, we haven't bought a single bond yet. The next time we have an operation is September 9th. So we will see on September 9th.
That's a lie, man. That is such a lie. We haven't bought a single bond yet is a lie. They bought bonds. They bought bonds on the 19th. In my honest opinion, between the 18th and 19th, I think they bought bonds. Here's the graph for the 30-year bond yield. And there's this sharp decline here. I think they've purchased bonds here. There's been a bond buyback for sure. There's been a bond buyback here for sure. They're lying. Besant is lying. Just doesn't drop like that. Just doesn't drop like that.
All right. One more. Let's see. You in the front.
You described this as an economic D-Day, but D-Day wasn't a threat of an invasion, and the U.S. didn't give a timeline to Germany. So why not impose the sanctions today?
Well, we are giving everyone the opportunity to remedy bad behavior. Why would I want to blow up the global financial system? We believe that it is important to level set and give people a cure period, but they should know that that will move very quickly. And
bro, if this is your card to play the whole fucking card. Why like let everyone simmer on this for a little bit? It's so stupid. If you're holding the global fucking thing to the global economic system to hostage, then hold it hostage the right way.
And that we are serious. Secondary sanctions are a very powerful tool, and we here at Treasury, this is Gene Lang, the Acting Undersecretary for Terrorism Finance, and in the Terrorism Finance Department and at OFAC, the reason we are able to use secondary sanctions is because we do not take their use lightly. So we believe that a warning shot and a level set of expectations is appropriate. And if people do not want to meet our expectations, then we expect, and they should expect, that they will leave the dollar system. Okay, thank you all.
Whew. Okay, man. Yeah, this is the one. This is the story I just saw. I think we should see this because the U.S. has just moved another carrier from the Indo-Pacific. This is insane.
This is America, and right now the Western Pacific will temporarily not have a single U.S. aircraft carrier in it. The USS George Washington is leaving to relieve the Abraham Lincoln in the Middle East. It's not a...
Oh my, so there's nothing? Is this the first? This is the first time, right? After World War II, this is the first time that there hasn't been a carrier.
Uncommon, but it raises questions about how the U.S. can sustain a formidable presence in both regions. First, though, let's go to our D.C. studio and Alex Marquardt.
Liu.
Thank you, Manny. Where an aircraft carrier goes is often a strong indication of where Washington's attention is. Right now, that attention is pulling away from the Pacific and towards the Middle East. The U.S. Navy is replacing one carrier there with another, which had been deployed to Asia, while the campaign against Iran drags on. And of course, China is watching.
Okay, guys, like we'll come back to this a bit later because I had this lined up before, but this is a good. I guess this is a good data point. She'll call me unlucky. Call me Lou. It is unlucky, Lou. Okay. Welcome.
We are launching an economic onslaught against Iran's financial connections around the globe. Our objective is to sever every economic lifeline that sustains this tyrannical regime until Tehran stands alone.
Let's talk to Jeremy Diamond, who is in Tel Aviv, about the very latest there. Jeremy, what are you hearing?
Well, listen, you, without a doubt, Treasury Secretary Bessent's message is going to ripple around the world. A lot of questions are going to be raised by U.S. allies. I do think it was interesting that when you think about what's happened in the last few days, it was only a few days ago that the UAE, a close U.S. ally, before this announcement, announced that it was cutting off all trade ties with Iran, and that is quite a significant trade relationship. At the time, it seemed...
Thank you for the follow. Q8 Dragon V4. Hi.
Like it was because of some ballistic missiles that Iran had fired in the direction of UAE territory. But I think with this announcement now, it seems quite clear that there has already been some...
Is it Kuwait Dragon? Is just want to know how to say your name. Kuwait Dragon, maybe?
Quiet behind-the-scenes diplomacy, and it does appear as if the UAE heeded this threat from the United States to impose these secondary sanctions and decided to kind of take action into its own matters. Now, as it relates to the Iranian response, we haven't yet received a response to Bessent's remarks just now, but they have been responding generally to this threat from the United States of broader economic warfare. We heard from Iran's top security official, Mohsen Rezai, who said that Iran will neutralize.
You want to be a good boy?
They don't know what the they're doing.
The economic war, and he also had a message for any Gulf countries allied with the United States that would seek to support the United States' economic warfare against Iran, vowing that Iran would stop all flows of oil out of the Persian Gulf, including out of the Strait of Hormuz. And that appears to be a threat of military action. That would be the clearest way for Iran to prevent those outflows. Now, whether they can actually do that or not is another question, but Iran certainly has shown an ability and a willingness to continue to escalate on the military ladder as the United States tries to escalate things from a financial and diplomatic isolation standpoint. And so it seems as if as the United States is turning towards escalatory measures on the economic front, Iran is signaling that it is willing and able to counter those measures with its own military responses. We do also know that Iranian officials met today with the Pakistani field marshal who was in Tehran today trying to get these negotiations back on track. But in the absence of any progress on that front, it does very much seem like both the United States and Iran are heading for more escalation.
Jeremy Diamond, live for us in Tel Aviv.
Did we explode the world economy yet, or do I still got to go to work tonight? You could take a day. Like, do you have a bad tummy? Like, are you feeling sick? Even just a little bit? Just take the day off.
Aviv, thank you so much. Let's get some analysis on these headlines with Justin Wolfers. He's a professor of economics at the University of Michigan, and Colonel Cedric Leighton, a CNN military analyst. Colonel Leighton, first to you. What is this going to do for the U.S. in its attempt to achieve these objectives and get concessions from Tehran?
This is going to be really interesting to watch, Boris, because there are several things that are at play here when it comes to Iran and how it's actually functioning economically. One of them is that they have the Caspian Sea, which connects them to Russia.
By the way, the reason why I'm watching these news outlets is I think this was day 2 of all of this happening. We looked at marine traffic when America basically began this illegal war. We looked at marine traffic, and we all basically said that this is the most important waterway. Just watch this. Don't listen to what anyone says. Just watch this. And as long as this is blocked, America does not have control of the situation. And we often spend a bit of time on Western media because we know that Iran has Donald Trump by Hormuz.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
By Iran has grabbed Donald Trump by the Hormuz Sea, okay? And we know this. I just find it fascinating watching Western media trying to somehow trying to find some way to justify what America's doing. I find it so delusional that these guys are constantly like just analyzing this situation to death, but they're not saying the one thing, which is America's lost this. It's time for America to move on.
So they can use the Caspian Sea as basically a trade route that allows the Russians to transfer weapons, transfer goods of various types. So they have that. They also have a rail line, actually 2 rail lines that cross into Turkmenistan from Iran. Those 2 rail lines would be ripe military targets in a case like this, in addition to the economic sanctions.
I really don't get it. At some point, China will go back to normal levels of oil imports, and the U.S. Will run out. What are they at anyways? 47 days left of reserves. What's next? This strait is still gonna be blocked. The fuck is this? Yeah, I think here if America decides to like take action against China, I think China is just going to, like you say, start buying oil again. I don't know if China's back on the market or not, though. Are they back? Because I've heard that they're back in some cases, and some people are saying they're not back and buying. Is China back and buying? Can someone please confirm? Or are they still going off their reserves? And yes, America's running out of its oil reserves as well. And I think that's why there's more and more pressure. Like, as we get close to actual D-Day, which is when is America going to run out of its stocks? When is America going to run out of reserves? We're going to see America, escalate and escalate. So this might be a sign. This might be a sign that America's actually running its reserves dry pretty quickly if they don't get their act together. That's why the escalation might have happened. So, and we risk catastrophe if the reservoir collapses like it should if it's low enough. Yeah. There's so many different theories around these reservoirs, right? Like America's reservoirs of oil are stored underground, so they're not like these big tanks, like concrete tanks or whatever different types of tanks that are around the world. They're not above ground. They're these underground wells that are super unstable, and the amount of oil in there is keeping those reserves accessible. But if those caverns, the salt caverns, and if they remove too much oil as well, like the whole thing could collapse. And so I think we're seeing that America's feeling the heat a little bit and is again escalating. Fuck, man, it just keeps getting worse. Why can't America compromise in this? Why can't they take a position? Why can't America just, suck it up, take the loss, and fucking leave?
If those rail lines are not attacked by the United States or any other party, they could still be used to transfer a lot of goods and services between Russia, the Russian rail system, and the Chinese rail system into Iran, because those rail systems connect via Turkmenistan and the other countries into the Iranian railroad system. So those areas would be kind of key if you're going to really impose true sanctions on the Iranians, because the way things are set up there, the Iranians have the capability to use those 2 areas, the Caspian Sea as well as the land borders, into Turkmenistan for some pretty significant financial gain, actually.
Dragon, let's try not to say things like nuke America, please, okay? Please. That was very spicy. Oh my gosh. Sunk cost? I don't know if it's sunk cost. I think it's ego.
Justin, how do you see this working, and how do you see it affecting the global economy?
Yeah, I just want to start with a quote I just found. It's from 1962.
Ah, g'day, mate. Get that shrimp on the barbie.
from John F. Kennedy's Secretary of State. He said, our aim is to tighten the noose around the Cuban economy until that regime becomes a complete pariah. The analogy, the language is so similar to that Scott Bessent was just using with respect to Iran. The economic approach is exactly the same. We want to not only create a blockade around the island nation of Cuba, or in this case around Iran, but also punish anyone who gets involved and does business. It was then with the Cubans, now with the Iranians. Well, what ultimately happened, Castro stayed in power. He outlived Kennedy. We still have those sanctions, and the regime more than 60 years later hasn't toppled. So if at first you don't succeed with Cuba, try again in Iran. The big question here is what happens if the rest of the world doesn't want to join us in this adventure? If so...
What do you mean us, buddy? You are 1,000% from Australia. Why are you saying us?
If they don't want to join us, then the president has effectively just declared a trade war against all of those other countries as well. So the implications for the United States are huge. It's not just trade, it's also the financial plumbing, which the US owns a lot of the pipes. The Iranians own the Strait of Hormuz that you get oil out through. We own the financial pipes, and he's sort of saying, we're not going to give you access to those pipes. Look, the value of those pipes is going to change as well.
When it comes to U.S. consumers, I imagine that actually striking out on that kind of action against Russia and China and others perhaps, wouldn't that make the price of everyday goods go?
This is the first time, like if this was a chess analogy, this is the first time I've ever seen someone who's been checkmated and is still trying to move the pieces. You know, this is it. It's checkmate. It's over. And America's like, nah, I don't accept it. And it's just like fucking around, moving the pieces and wasting time. How about they're going to flip the board soon, everybody. They're going to flip the freaking chessboard soon. Take it out on the board.
Go up for Americans outside of just energy prices?
Yeah, so look, if everyone goes along, if they all say as a global community, we believe that Iran is a pariah and we all get together and we agree in a room that this is what we want to do, that would cause immense harm in Iran and not much in the United States. If the rest of the global community is not convinced it's in their best interests, then the United States would have to impose sanctions against those who do business with Iran, in which case it's Americans who are going to suffer enormously as a result of that, which is why I still wonder why the administration won't just sit down with the American people, look us in the eye, make the case for this, and be honest and say they're asking you and I to suffer for a war effort. If we'd had that discussion, then maybe people would be willing to make those sacrifices. Instead, they're lying about the sacrifices that may well be required if, and there's a big if here, if they live up to what they're saying they're going to do.
Yeah, they may not be connecting the dots for people here. And so, Colonel, as we're looking at this pivot towards economic warfare instead, but Iran is making it clear that their response may be a military one, right? In the Strait of Hormuz, physically affecting the flow of oil in a way that requires
the Strait of
a
Hormuz.
military engagement by the U.S. For what was supposed to be an in and out military engagement, where does that now leave the U.S.?
Yeah, so the U.S. is basically stuck militarily because you have to have a military presence in order to enforce any sanctions that are being levied on Iran. In addition to all the economic aspects that Justin was talking about, as well as shutting off the pipes like the SWIFT system and things like that, what you have to do is you have to maintain that presence in and around the Persian Gulf and especially around the Strait of Hormuz. That's going to be much more difficult because you have a lot of the bases that we've relied on in the past have basically, you can't quite say rendered useless, but they've definitely been impacted by Iranian drone and missile attacks throughout the course of this war.
This is so brilliant. I think historians. Okay, look, I'm not going to simp for any government. Okay, this moment, however, is going to be seen by future historians as a pivotal point in our transition to a multipolar world. Like the way Iran has used its geographic advantage is like, this is the real 300. This is it right here. This is what 300 was meant to be. This is the pass that's being blocked from the largest military in the world. The tables have been flipped. Just think about what Iran has been able to do here. The weight of the largest military in the world, supported by all the Gulf states that border it, supported by Israel, supported by the West, supported by Europe, allowing America to use their bases, etc., to refuel. America has everything it needs to win with modern warfare. Yet, it is that one fucking strait that has completely rendered whatever America does useless. And the crazy thing about it is, Iran has been saying it's going to do this for decades, and they did it. So it's also the most stupid. But just think about what this is achieving from a geopolitical sense. It is recalibrating the whole world. Just this blockade of Strait of Hormuz. Just this blockade in the Strait of Hormuz is doing this. In 50 years, the Americans will say to each other, "How old are you, my friend? How old were you when the Iranians closed the Strait of Hormuz?" Yeah.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
And for all the power that American imperialism possesses, it is just not able to get beyond this. And I think such a watershed moment in geopolitical in a geopolitical context. It's huge. It's huge. This is the limits. These are the limits of American power. It's crazy that we are here today.
So the Iranians have the strength of geography at their feet. They also have the ability to swarm activities like their fast boats, their drones, their missiles, obviously. And when they do that, they can impact things like carrier battle groups. So this is going to be a critical moment as the George Washington has now come into the Arabian Sea and replaced the Abraham Lincoln as a carrier. It's going to be important for the crew on the George Washington and the entire carrier battle group to be ready for this kind of activity, because the Iranians, they mean what they say at this particular moment in time, and you can expect them to go after not only U.S. military forces, but also U.S. economic interests in the Gulf, as well as the economic and military interests and bases of the Arab Gulf nations. So this could very well lead to a much broader confrontation, one that the Arab states have tried to avoid, even though some of them have attacked Iran as well. It's going to be something that will require a lot of finesse to basically keep it boxed in.
For the U.S., it's a war of choice. For Iran, it's a war of survival. True. America, for a lot of military bloat, I wouldn't call them the biggest military, the biggest defense spender for sure, but that's a low bar. Nah, man. Like, the size of America's military is insane. Like, there's size comparisons to all of these things, and they're available from an infographic perspective. Like, you can see, the American military is a behemoth. It's got so much of the world's resources working for it. It is by far the largest military system in human history. It's huge. It just the reach, everything. That means nothing in modern warfare. Check Russia and Ukraine. Yeah, I know. That's why it makes what Iran is doing that much more impressive and that much more game changing, right? It's because they are up against the largest military configuration in the history of the human race, the history of the world, and this little Strait of Hormuz.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
This little Hormuz is just fucking them over, and it is an absolute pleasure to witness. An absolute pleasure.
Okay, so I really need this stuff explained. Today, Donald Trump and his Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, are promising to unleash an unprecedented level of sanctions against Iran. And Bessent wrote in the Financial Times, quote, "Now we are entering the end game. At dawn begins an economic D-Day, the single greatest financial offensive ever marshaled against an adversary." What does that mean? Joining me now, Michael McFaul, former U.S. ambassador to Russia and an MS Now international affairs analyst, and retired four-star U.S. Army General Barry McCaffrey, a decorated combat veteran in Vietnam, and a former battlefield commander in the Persian Gulf.
They have run out of sanctions.
Still with us, Ambassador. We know that the president wants this war to end. Do you believe this is the answer, or will be a very impactful?
If you're Chinese, this is an absolute gift. China hasn't, but China has to invest now. China is going to be pumping resources into Iran. How much and how, we don't know, but China is still not on the front lines. So, you know, when you look at what Europe is doing with Russia, Europe is funding Ukraine. America's funding Ukraine to weaken Russia. And China is funding Iran to weaken America, because America is ultimately on the front lines there. Not boots on the ground yet in Iran, but it is America's completely absorbed. The only country that doesn't truly have assets on the front line are China, man. China is just sitting back going. That's why I'm not going to call this a world war until China joins in, right? People are already, trigger happy, calling this a world war. This is already a world war. When the second largest economy in the world isn't involved on the front lines, I don't believe it's a world war. So when China joins, I'm more than happy to call it a world war. At this stage, we're close, and these sanctions may push it over the line. But right now, I think we're on the cusp of something larger. If America doesn't just fuck off, it will escalate.
Impactful tool.
I don't know. I want to be honest. I don't know. I don't know what the goal is. You just said to end the war. Have they said that? Is that what the goal is here? I thought the goal was to get rid of their nuclear weapons, to end support for terrorism, to open the Strait of Hormuz. And this is...
It was not the goal, bro. It was never the goal. It was never the goal.
The principal problem first with this day, this D-Day, and that sanctions work best when we know what the explicit goal is. We don't know what that is. Number two, I just remind everybody, usually administrations work through their lists of measures to achieve.
Chat, sometimes I just love you, chat. Chat.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Chat, I love you so much. Because sometimes you type in one-liners that just make me lose it. Like, the strait was open. You're right. You're right to point that out. You just sound so... You're right, though. The strait was open. Oh my gosh, I love you, chat. I love you.
Achieve an objective and end with war. Economic sanctions usually come before you get to war. This is the first time in history I can remember that the United States went to war first, military war, and then followed it up with economic sanctions and economic warfare. I can't think of a single moment in history. But number three, if it is going to work, it's all about China. This is the key play here. All the other countries don't matter as much as China. And we've seen before when we tried to use economic coercion against China, it hasn't worked. It doesn't mean it won't work this time, but we have not been that successful in the past.
Let's stay on that last point there, second to last point, though, General, because If normally it starts with economic pressure and it ends with war, now we're using economic pressure, and we've already made it clear the president does not want to restart attacks. So if the economic pressure doesn't work, where do they go from here? Where do they go from there?
Well,
it's kind of fucked,
oddly, we're in this bizarre strategic disaster in the Gulf War. The military options now are basically gone. Iran is resilient. I think in retrospect, we're going to decide that the worst thing we did was the massive, surprise, brilliant decapitation of their political, theological, and military leadership at the start of this war. These people are angry. Iran is already an economic basket case. It's undergone severe restrictions on trade for 47 years. We're more likely to be a serious threat to Canada than to Iran in the coming days.
America is dismantling them. Oh, shit. Let's go.
Globalized intifada.
He gets it.
Intifada.
So I think Mr. Trump's options are almost non-existent. The military tool is not going to work. And, you know, I remind people that I took a division into the Persian Gulf and landed at the Saudi port of Adaman, unloaded 3,000 some odd armored vehicles. I don't think the U.S. military can operate in the coming years in the Persian Gulf, including U.S. Navy, never mind container ships of U.S. military supplies. So we ended up.
Lung Butter, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. I appreciate you. Thank you.
With 6,000 Iranian drones and ballistic missiles being fired at U.S. bases in the region, and we intercepted 1,500. We're in a very serious dilemma right now dealing with Iran.
Can you just stay on that? Because you said over the weekend that you think that the U.S. has permanently lost access to 15 different bases in the Persian Gulf.
Oh my gosh, Remus, thank you so much for the Prime. Guys, this is incredible. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you, everybody.
Yeah, well, look, the numbers shift around, but we've...
Scars, resub. Thank you, Scars. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Scars. Thank you. 3 months, Scars. It's been amazing to have you here. Thank you.
We've got, to some extent, 40 U.S. military positions in the Middle East. A bunch of them are in the Persian Gulf. The central part of Army logistics was up north. The Navy was in Bahrain. The Air Force was in the LUD. They've now shifted that back, as I understand it, to Shah Force Base in the United States. One of the Navy's most effective logistics supply points was in Oman on the Arabian Sea side, which has also been struck multiple times by Iran. So the bottom line is, when you look at unclassified overhead satellite photography, the Iranians, using fairly cheap drones, managed to knock out the majority of our radar systems and comm systems.
Oh my gosh, Mudmore, thank you so much for the tier 1. Holy crap. Thank you so much, guys. Oh, we hit our goal as well. Thank you. We hit our goal as well. Thank you so much, everybody. And level 1 hype train completed. Holy shit. That's a lot of stuff happening at the same time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mudmore. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Fixed installations. They hit the Air Force Command and Control a good lick. We had 700 some odd soldiers killed or wounded in the air defense units in particular in the Persian Gulf. So we just, this massive U.S. military force, which has devastated conventional Iranian power.
Matt, thank you for the gift sub. Treyzilla. Oh, this is awesome. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much.
Is no longer contributing to forcing the nuclear program of Iran into an inspection regime that prevents it from going nukes. I would bet you 5 years from today, when we're having this conversation, Iran will be a nuclear power because of this situation.
Whoa, that is huge. Yeah. You know what? I think this guy has said the most honest shit on fucking American TV I have seen in a long time. He's actually right. America has started a trade war against Canada, and will be doing more damage to Canada than it will be doing to Iran. By the way, Trump has tacoed on the 50% tariffs, I think. I think Trump may have tacoed. We'll take a look. But Trump is doing more damage to the West, to Western hegemony, than he is to anywhere else. What Trump is doing now is strengthening the global South. And what can I tell you? Shiny, thank you so much for the gift sub, Shiny. Thank you. Geekzilla, welcome. I hope Kani doesn't taco. Keep the tariffs on the states. I think Kani will negotiate if Trump wants to negotiate. Boy, do I need to be here to chill out. Kicked out international family chat for calling out racist uncle yet again. Rainfall. Oh my gosh. K Thought TV, welcome. Oh my, Majdama, thank you so much for the sub. Majdama, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. Honestly, so refreshing to have a voice in politics that's not from North America. Yeah, it's I think being outside America has definitely helped when covering Gaza and Palestine as well. I'm from Aotearoa, New Zealand, so from a New Zealand perspective, you know, we have our indigenous community here. We have indigenous Maori here, and that gives all of us a bit more strength, in order to speak up for things like this, because Maori have a lot of power, and Maori self-determination is a big deal in Aotearoa, right? And for me, that is something that has strengthened the indigenous narrative. And so when I speak about all of these things like Western hegemony or American imperialism, white supremacy, white privilege, all of these sorts of things, it isn't just coming from personal experience. It's coming from a lot of experience that even in Aotearoa, New Zealand, we have embedded in our societies too, and that indigenous people talk about a lot. So the indigenous community here in Aotearoa gives all of us the ability to speak about injustice, and it's incredible. It's incredible.
My God. Susan, the president relied on the existing economic pressure to keep Iran in line in his first term. The fact that he's now pivoting to it now, what was the point of the war? Again, we've lost 18 American lives.
Nice.
Well, I think the general has outlined here, the longer term consequences, which suggests that not only is there the short term loss of life, but there's a long term, really devastating.
Street Smarts, thank you for the prime. Welcome. How are you, Street Smarts? Good to see you.
Potential blow to American geopolitical interests in the region. First of all, there's the question of why it is our partners in the Persian Gulf would continue to want to have American bases there in the region if, rather than supplying security, we have become the security risk that they need to defend against. There's that. There's the question of the long-term weaponization of the Strait of Hormuz by Iran, now that it's seen that perhaps even more than the possible
thank you,
threat
Street Smarts. I appreciate it.
a nuclear program is the actual existence of its ability to control the Strait of Hormuz. It's very hard to see them agreeing in any kind of negotiation or with any kind of pressure that they would cede that. And I would just point out also, Steph, we're talking here about this idea, this very overheated language from the Treasury Secretary comparing himself to Hitler and Roosevelt in World War II. I mean, come on. I remember when America worked in concert with our allies to impose unprecedented economic pressure on Iran during the Obama administration. And that succeeded in part because there was an enormous campaign across the board. It wasn't just America acting alone. Secondly, we even had Russia participating in the effort to bring Iran to the table. And that resulted in the Iran nuclear deal, which, of course, Donald Trump pulled out of in his first term. And I think that was the precursor event to this basic destabilization of the American position in the Middle East, which we're now seeing as a consequence of Trump's very costly war of choice.
I will say this again, though. There is an establishment factor to this. The American establishment, whether it's Democrat or Republican, I think both have different reasons to be feeling negative right now. On the Republican side, it's the fact that Donald Trump hasn't been able to blow the crap out of Iran, and also the Republicans do not want Donald Trump to give up. I think on the Democrat side, the establishment Democratic side, I think there is the same sort of feeling that the establishment Democrats aren't feeling. They're feeling kind of the same way about potentially losing in Iran, and they're angry because of that as well. Neither group is angry because of the lives vanquished in this illegal war. They don't care, and they don't feel empathy for the civilians being harmed or anything like that. It's just a continuation of American imperialism, the military industrial complex. So I hope the DSA can add a different flavor to that, bring empathy, bring all of those things. Let's see. But man, there's definitely a lot to be said around how unbelievably dehumanizing this whole period has been by the American political class. They have dehumanized so many people, left or right. Democrats or Republicans, and still now, taking money from Israeli interest groups and pledging their allegiance to Israel. It's still happening. It's so crazy. Will Iran bomb Australia? No. What? Why? What sort of question is this? Has the U.S. military always been this brutal? Yeah. It's not just the U.S. military though. It's the West. The West has always been this brutal since the idea of the West, European colonization, 600 years of brutality. And now we're starting to see the end of this 600-year project of European colonization, with the West sort of fading into a multipolar world. But the West isn't taking it lightly. The West has never taken situations like this. Oh my gosh. KF Logan, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you? Come on in, Raiders. Come on in. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a great stream.
Globalized intifada.
I hope you had an amazing stream. Thank you so much for being here. We are we are going through what's going on in Iran right now with Trump sanctions, etc. It's the economic warfare. Here's Trita Parsi from the Quincy Institute, a really sort of a vocal analyst, I guess, and he's been in the media for a fair bit. He's got a few things wrong too, so take whatever he says with a grain of salt. He gets a lot pretty close.
And joining me now from Arlington in Virginia is Trita Parsi. He's the Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Trita, always good to see you. Scott Bessent, he said that the U.S. is going to collapse the Iranian government. Well, if that is the goal of this economic asphyxiation, as he put it, how likely is it that this economic D-Day is going to get the Iranians to actually give up and surrender rather than escalate this conflict even more?
This is my town, he mentioned. Oh, right.
I find it extremely unlikely that this will lead to either the collapse of the Iranian government or that it will lead to their surrender in any way, shape, or form. The pattern that we have seen so far is that when faced with either surrender or escalation, the Iranians escalate. And they still actually have very formidable escalatory options at their disposal. In fact, they have escalation dominance. And this is particularly the case, mindful of the fact that Bessent essentially is saying that he's looking for their surrender. He's not putting forward any other demands. He's not saying if Iran does X, Y, and Z, these sanctions will not be imposed. So as long as Iranians are faced with these options, then escalation is the most likely response that they will give, granted that these sanctions actually end up becoming binding. If they're not, then the Iranians may actually show some restraint. But if this starts to actually put some pressure on the Iranians, a counter-escalation is the most likely option.
Yeah.
Trita, the U.S. has almost 50...
Iran has ways to retaliate, man. That's the thing. Like, this isn't an economic checkmate or anything like that. Iran has ways to retaliate. America doesn't have the leverage here the way it usually does. It's... this is a bad moment for America.
The years of experience of sanctions on Iran, how well have they actually translated into real changes in Iran during these decades?
They really have not. These sanctions have been quite effective in terms of imposing a cost on Iran. There is no doubt about that. In fact, we've seen clear evidence of how they have moved millions of Iranians from the middle class into poverty. But we have not seen any evidence whatsoever that they have been able to translate that pain into a desired change in Iranian key national security policies. On the contrary, when we have seen those changes, it's been because of incentives that the U.S. has offered Iranians rather than threats of sanctions or the actual sanctions. So, for instance, the negotiations that led to the JCPOA, secret talks in Muscat in 2012 and 2013, the only time there was a breakthrough was when the United States actually gave in to the Iranian demand that the U.S. needs to recognize that Iran will have enrichment on its own soil, but under strict restrictions. Only then did the Iranians show flexibility. Prior to that, it didn't matter what type of sanctions the U.S. side was imposing the Iranians. It only elicited more counter-escalation from the...
Yeah, this sort of stick politics, like carrot or the stick politics that America uses, this sort of domination, I think we're starting to see that losing effect. Like, I'm so glad that countries can stand on their own 2 feet, because if America did this, say, a few decades ago, and then all countries would just fall in line because they had no choice. It's America or the highway. And that's how it was seen. If you don't get in line, America will just sanction you into oblivion, or try to, and it would just be a painful process. But now I am so glad to see that if it's not America, countries have another choice. They can turn to other countries. They can turn to other alliances. And it's a slow transition. It's a slow transition, but it's happening. It's not an overnight, like we'll see America all of a sudden not have any power. It's going to take a few decades for us to get to that multipolar configuration. Maybe it's accelerating even further now with Donald Trump. It was already happening before Trump started all of this. But we're definitely, we are starting to see that come to fruition, that countries have others to turn to. And that's how it should be. That's how it should be. That's what an equitable world for all looks like, when countries don't have to unilaterally rely on this one extremely abusive, dominant power, ruling the world. It's fucking insane and dangerous.
The Iranian side.
So, Trita, do you think that the Trump administration has actually made a miscalculation here?
Well, it's yet another miscalculation in a long series of massive miscalculations. This whole war is a massive miscalculation. Again, we're seeing a repeat of it in the sense that there is an expectation that faced between surrender and war, the Iranians will choose surrender. They have not chosen
Iran has
that
the right
at
to
any
defend
point.
itself.
In fact, this is what Trump expected them.
Guys, what's happening here is years of countries, centuries of countries being abused into line. And now these countries have spent years living under the thumb of Western imperialism, American imperialism, and now there's some opportunity to break out. And I think America sees the moment that it's in, and it isn't reacting well to it. This collapse is going really fast. I don't think it'll be a collapse, Ponder Monkey, as such. I don't think it'll be like a collapse. I think it'll be a reconfiguration. It'll be a reconfiguration. I don't think we should see it as a collapse or anything like that, because that's not what it's going to be. Hey, Diet Slot, welcome. I think the failure of the US dollar will hurt so many civilians. Well, the US dollar isn't going to fail, right? Like, the US dollar is going to become an option rather than the only solution. That's what's going to happen here, guys. It's not going to be, like, the US is still going to be an option to ally with. It's not going to be the only option. That's the new configuration of the world that people need to start adjusting themselves to. It's not just one hegemonic sort of group just dominating you, i.e. the West. It's countries having options is a beautiful thing. Human beings having options is a great thing. It means they can be self-reliant. They can choose and bargain. These things are empowering things. We shouldn't see it as a loss. This is a huge gain to equitable outcomes for everybody. But remember, my biggest thing is justice as well. Like, we need to have a working international justice system that brings all of that together. Until that day, we are unfortunately stuck with horrible, horrible things in the world, and we're going to have to continue to advocate and try and get these atrocities down to zero. But unless and until we have equitable international law, it's not going to happen.
To do back in February, and he was surprised and he was frustrated, and on numerous occasions either he or his envoy Steve Witkoff publicly stated that Trump was frustrated that the Iranians had not surrendered, and the idea that they suddenly would do so now is just preposterous. So I think what this most likely will end up being is not an end to the conflict, but yet another round in the escalatory cycle between the two sides.
So you're saying that you think that Iran is going to escalate, but what if it doesn't? If it doesn't send any missiles on its neighbors, it just sits there and endures the pain. I mean, could this lead into another 50 years of low simmering conflict between the US and Iran?
The only scenario I see in which the Iranians do not respond, and by the way, their escalation may not be at the 10th degree. It could be much lower depending on how much pain they themselves are feeling. But the only scenario I see in which they don't do anything in return is if either these sanctions turn out not to be particularly effective, combined with the Iranians managing to establish new trade routes and trade partners around the world, that brings a degree of stability to their economy and then makes it more costly for them to escalate rather than to just keep the status quo.
What will happen to people's super? Honestly, right now, your supers are being heavily invested in AI. And if the AI bubble pops, say goodbye to your super. So just talk to whoever manages your 401ks and things like that, and make sure you understand where they're investing that money. If you don't know where they're investing that money, then be prepared for the AI bubble to fuck everything up. But you should be very aware right now on where that money's going. If it's in the AI bubble, if it's been invested in the AI bubble, then in the AI economy, then I would be very, very afraid. Joke's on you. I had to withdraw my 401k and have none left. Brilliant. Kazi Puffs, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome.
But if the sanctions are painful, even though if they're not particularly painful, over time that will degrade Iran's economic foundation. And as a result, if that is the perception the Iranians have, that means that they will be even weaker a year from now or 2 years from now. And that will then incentivize them to respond now, escalate now, rather than to wait and do so a year or 2 years later.
If indeed the U.S. is able to collapse the Iranian government like Bessent says he's going to do, what would that do to regional stability if there's a power vacuum in Tehran?
Yeah, it's bad.
So I think it's important to first keep in mind we've not seen any historical examples in which a government was collapsed as a result of an air war, which is what we have seen for the last couple of months, or as a result of sanctions of this kind. So again, it's kind of betting on something that has simply not happened before. But let's assume for a second that it would happen. This would bring about a different type of a nightmare scenario, one in which instability in Iran likely would lead to some sort of a civil war, and that civil war would then spread instability throughout the region. This was the nightmare scenario that most countries in the region back in February feared, because very few of them expected that the Iranians would be so successful in fighting back. So the question was, okay, the US wins the war, but then what? Will there be chaos? Will there be a state collapse? Will it be civil war? So in the scenario that you're painting out, a scenario that I think is very unlikely because we have no historical precedents, it would bring us into a new, very, very different situation, difficult situation, not some sort of a clean victory that would allow the Trump administration to feel good about what they have achieved.
Trita Parsi from the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, thank you as always for joining us here on Al Jazeera.
I think there's no way in hell, as Trita Parsi says, that the Iranian government will collapse. Not like this. It won't happen. If anything, their position in Iran has been strengthened by what America is doing, because the people will see the Iranian government as the only ones protecting them while they're being bombed, right? They're being bombed by America and Israel. So there's no, at least not in the short term. But you gotta see that the Strait of Hormuz being blocked, if this blockade, this is why the West can't just keep blocking this. They don't have forever, right? Like a forever war scenario, because this is sanctioning the West as well. That's the real checkmate here, is that what Iran is doing is hurting the West. And there is a time frame for this. There is a timer running because the Strait of Hormuz is blocking oil. They may be able to get more and more oil through other directions, but there is a timeline here. And we are not in a situation where America has all of the control. America is punching itself in the dick. Yeah. We have seen historically that external forces exerting pressure like this only strengthens resolve in the state. Yeah. So that take was kind of wrong. Like, what if this just keeps going forever? It can't, because America will run out of oil. It will cause all sorts of economic damage. America isn't just going to like wait that out. I don't think they will. I have no doubt Trump is stalling till he makes his final fascist move. 40 days left before U.S. crude inventory reserves are empty. Yeah, that's insane. And I think there is a timer running, right? There is a timer running. This can't be a forever war. Yeah, we're doing too much on too many fronts. Famously, that worked out well for previous fascistic regimes. 40 days is not a lot of time. But also, the crash of, that's probably 40 days of reserves until it's empty. But even then, it'll start impacting all sorts of things even before then, right? Like in the next 2 to 3 weeks, if the 40-day number is real, we'll start seeing impacts already. We'll start seeing more frustration, more panic, and we'll slowly start to see this whole thing unwind. But yeah, America doesn't have all the time it needs here. It is on the clock. Don't the salt mines like become inoperable at a certain level? Yeah, maybe that's what Crash is talking about. I'm right with you there. Multiple issues. The salt mines, exactly. Yeah.
We're just 71 days away from the midterms, and President Trump is now launching a multi-front economic war with threats of an economic D-Day against Iran and its trading partners like China, while also escalating the trade war against Canada. Starting with Iran, this afternoon, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announcing what he called Operation Economic Outcast.
We are launching an economic onslaught against Iran's financial connections around the globe. Our objective is to sever every economic lifeline that sustains this tyrannical regime until Tehran stands alone. It is no longer acceptable to operate in the gray spaces of this conflict. Countries cannot claim they are blind to enabling this activity, and nations that facilitate any interactions with the regime should quickly heed our message. Those who stand with the United States will reap the rewards of our partnership. Those who tether themselves to the Iranian regime should expect to share in the isolation of a withering regime.
To be clear, this weekend, the Trump administration said that the U.S. would be unleashing, quote, the single greatest financial offensive ever marshaled against an adversary. But today, much of what Secretary Bessent announced was
max out all the cards to give subs. What a way to go. What a way to do it. T minus, USA going the Cuba route with Iran. It can't though, right? Like it's impossible with Iran. Iran isn't landlocked.
a warning to countries that do business with Iran, including China. He was asked why these sanctions aren't going into effect right away.
They're going to isolate the whole world. America's driving the wrong way on the highway and asking why everyone else is driving the wrong way.
You described this as an economic D-Day, but D-Day wasn't a threat of an invasion, and the U.S. didn't give a timeline to Germany. So why not impose the sanctions today?
Well, we are giving everyone the opportunity to remedy bad behavior. Why would I want to blow up the global financial system? We believe that it is important to level set and give people a cure period, but they should know that that will move very quickly and that we are serious.
Iran is dismissing the threat. Its foreign minister saying this move by the Trump administration shows the U.S. is desperate and saying Iran will never be intimidated by such measures. Meanwhile, the president is escalating economic war against Canada, which has traditionally been one of America's closest allies and top trading partners. On Saturday, President Trump's 50% tariffs on $20 billion worth of Canadian goods went into effect after weeks-long trade negotiations broke down. Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney swiftly hitting back and calling into question the credibility and reliability of any deal with the U.S.
Our government understood before many that America would transform all of its commercial relationships, that it would put a series of tariffs on its closest allies and use economic integration as a weapon. We recognize that sometimes its signature was written in pencil. Tariffs are taxes, taxes which are ultimately paid by U.S. consumers. Canada will match Washington's new tariffs dollar for dollar in order to protect Canadian workers, farmers, families, and businesses. The new U.S. tariffs are designed to hurt us and divide us. They're a miscalculation.
This morning, President Trump going even further, announcing on social media that the U.S. will increase tariffs on Canadian cars, trucks, automotive parts, and steel to 50% starting January 1st. Today, Vice President Vance defending the administration's trade war on the campaign trail in Maine.
And China have been the two worst countries when it comes to trade policy anywhere in the world. We are actually going to fight back against unfair trade practices, whether it's coming from China or Canada. I think that we need to send a message loud and clear to the Prime Minister of Canada. Stop taking advantage of the people of Maine. Stop taking advantage of America. It's over. We expect fairness in our trade policy.
Joining me now is our team of reporters, NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba, NBC News Business and Data correspondent Brian Chung, and NBC News International correspondent Matt Bradley. Thanks to all of you for being here. So, Monica, I want to start with you. Nearly 6 months into this war with Iran, the administration is now back to focusing on the threat of sanctions over military action. What's behind this change in strategy? What are you hearing?
Well, this really seems to be, Yamisha, a bit of an admission from the Trump administration that the other strategies that they've been using and employing here have not produced the results that they would like to see. This is the U.S. saying that they believe that since everything else hasn't worked economically in terms of the pressure and the strangulation, in the words of the White House, that they want to go beyond that. But they are threatening something here that we should be really specific about. Doesn't necessarily have all the weight behind it because we don't know exactly what it's actually going to be. The administration billed this as an economic D-Day, but they're sort of saying that really this boils down to effectively a warning shot. That this is meant to be a sort of message and communication, or maybe a last warning to some of these businesses, entities, and countries that do business with Tehran, that only after that, and again, we don't know how long or what kind of timeline they're going to be operating on, will these sanctions actually go into effect. So there's still a lot of questions about how this is all going to work, but it certainly means that for this White House, they are trying to, again, apply economic pressure to see if they can get Iran potentially back to the negotiating table. So far, nothing has proved effective on that front. We'll see if this is any different.
Monica, I want to lean in on this idea of that this was a warning shot and not the actual shot. So we heard Secretary Bessent say that he doesn't want to, quote, blow up the global financial system. So what do we know about the Trump administration's actual appetite to actually target something like the Chinese banking system, which facilitates in a lot of ways Iran's oil trade?
Yeah, and over the last many months, you have had the White House and the president specifically arguing that Iran has collapsed financially. So he said that weeks ago. He said it again today. So the real question is what has actually changed, and what will, if anything, this kind of a warning shot mean in terms of putting more pressure with the countries that do business with Iran, like China, for instance. And one of the main questions here is what kind of countries the White House is having these behind-the-scenes conversations with. We know that Secretary Bessent said that the president would be working the phones all day today with some world leaders of the countries that do the most business with Iran, and whether those kinds of conversations could lead to any actual meaningful movement. We don't know. That is an open question. But it appears again to be, Yamish, a sort of strategy of pressure, of implying that something else could come. But it's really worth remembering that over these last months, we have seen very similar kind of rhetoric, and then rarely ever the follow through of action that changes things fundamentally. Yamish?
Yeah. Yeah, and Brian, I want to come to you for the potential impact here. The administration is billing this as an economic D-Day for Iran. How punishing, though, could this actually be on Iran's economy, given the fact that we've seen years and years of sanctions? And I also wonder about its trading partners here.
Yeah, well, in theory, this could be very potent, but the problem is that we didn't get the minutia on exactly how this would be implemented, the types of companies or governments that might be sanctioned under this. Now, it's important to note that the Secretary of the Treasury did tease some big announcements on sanctions going forward from here. In fact, he even said that one financial institution could be sanctioned.
Did I smash my nose on the table? No. Now, when I'm sick, I get nosebleeds. Sorry, everyone. Sorry to leave you here by yourselves.
By the end of the week. What is that institution? We don't know. It was a deep tease from the Treasury Secretary, but you could see on that screen ahead of you the types of countries that might be heavily impacted by this because they are top trade partners.
Do I live in a particularly dry area? No, it's just the house. We put the heater on. It's quite cold. It does get quite dry as well. I used to get nosebleeds all the time.
To Iran, according to the World Trade Organization, you see Turkey, you see Iraq, you see the European Union, but you also see China very clearly at the top of that at $32 billion in terms of the total value of imports and exports.
Yeah, it's winter,
as you mentioned, they have ties to the financial system. They also have ties to arms sales to Iran as well. That obviously has a direct impact on this war. But you have to remember the U.S. and China are trying to negotiate their own relationship as you have President Xi Jinping, who's set for a state visit to Washington by the end of next month. And so that is likely part of the undercurrent here and perhaps part of the hesitancy from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent to say China directly in that press conference. But I think that's going to be a theme that certainly will be called into question as these potential sanctions are negotiated and announced by the government.
Yeah. And Matt, Iran is essentially saying this is just more of the same. Iran's foreign minister responded to the threat saying they're, quote, bound to fail. We've seen this movie before, same bull, different bullies. Is Iran taking these threats really seriously?
I mean, it's hard to tell, but I mean, what we're seeing here is the same kind of pattern of response that we've seen from Iran from other threats from the U.S., which is out of one side of their mouth, they're taking it seriously and condemning it, and at the other side of their mouth, they're brushing it off or even mocking it, which is what we've been hearing over the past couple of months when it comes to President Trump's threats against Iran. This time, it looks like they're doing more of the same, both shouted from different government organs, and we've heard actually more responses since Scott Bessent gave that announcement. The IRGC saying through semi-official state-run.
Hey, someone I know on the Northern Island said she got 120 kilometers per hour winds the other day. Did you take any damage? No. I've been decolonizing my yard for 4 years already. It's actually difficult. Shit.
On media that this was basically trying to lay attacks on the public, on civilians and their livelihoods. Others, Masoud Pezeshkian, the president of Iran, saying that the United States needs to correct its tone with Iran. So clearly they're not totally dismissing this. But just as we've been discussing, it's entirely unclear exactly what these sanctions are going to look like. And President Trump and his administration have made so many threats against Iran that they've later backed down from, that it doesn't seem as though the Iranians have any reason to believe that Trump and his administration are going to follow through on these, not to mention that Iran has been the most sanctioned country in the world for much of the past half century. So they are used to living under sanctions. They have created an economy of deprivation around themselves, and they have some strong partners, as we heard earlier, in China and Russia. So they are almost certainly going to be able to weather this storm. This sanctions issue, every time the U.S. looks at doing sanctions, we saw this with Russia when they attacked Ukraine. It's very hard to put all of the sanctions all at once because that means you have nothing else to escalate towards. So if the U.S., just like they were trying to do or considering doing with Russia, started applying an enormous number of really tough sanctions all at once, they'd have no way to build up after that and create a system of incentives and basically backing down in favor of conditions. So now it makes it very, very hard because
The storm hit Italy with the same force you're talking about. Oh shit.
Iran has been so sanctioned for so long, there just isn't so much that the Trump administration can actually do to hurt them.
Well, thank you so much, Matt, for breaking all of that down for us. Monica, I want
All right, guys. Like, I think one of the bits of analysis here is, I think this sort of economic Hail Mary is indicative of America running out of ideas. I don't actually think that's a good thing, because if America is not signing any sort of deals and it's like doing this sort of bullshit, it just means that America's not going to stop escalating. America's found itself in a corner, which means that more violence could be just around the corner. I hope it doesn't get that way. I really do. But America, you just don't know, man. With Trump the way he is, who knows what sort of options he's going to take. You know, it's I just hope here there are a lot of firsts happening. Okay, there are a lot of firsts happening, and I hope this is the first time that America just takes an L and fucks off. But I really doubt, just knowing America, that it's gonna do that. Oh yeah, I did see that Pete Hegseth talk, bro. That guy is such a sicko, man. He used a slur as well, didn't he? Here's what he said. Here's what Hegseth said, everybody. What a sicko. Wasn't D-Day last resort? I guess you could call it that. But America had a lot of resources in World War II. Even if D-Day didn't work, I think they would have tried other things.
Every dollar squandered on redundancy or bureaucracy or waste, it's an insult to you, the taxpayer. And it's a theft from warfighters. This is a new department with a new focus on our core mission, where we're restoring the warrior ethos. And that means a focus, an unrelenting, uncompromising focus on lethality. It means no more DEI. It means no more trannies, just training. It means colorblind, gender neutral, merit-based, back to basics, across the board, no matter if you're carrying a rifle or you're working on the plant floor. Every dollar squandered.
We lose every war, Lamau. Colorblind, gender neutral, but rabidly Christian nationalist. Emilia Romagna region was struck the hardest from the... Oh, shit. Okay. He's such a loser. What a jackass. Does he know how... Dragon. This guy with his corny catchphrases. F you and your makeup room, Pete. Yeah, it's so... You guys don't understand. The only reason we've lost every single war is because we were too woke. Diversity. Oh my gosh. We are open to all races. Help us bomb brown people. He's really reaching. DEI is going to become a thing very soon. Yeah, let's get rid of all redundancy. That will totally not cause any supply chain problems. On behalf of what America could be, I apologize to the world for what it is doing right now. Trump might back down, but not before he bombs another school, fails to negotiate, open the straits, declare... Yeah, but that's what we said, right, Bronny? Like, we said that, 4 months ago. He's still going. I don't think Trump has a limit of shame. I think Trump is... okay with being shamed perpetually, as long as he wins something. That's why we send poor non-whites in numbers that are also way higher proportion than the general population makeup. Yeah, Ben Zukov, I would love to see what the ethnicity split is within the U.S. military. Humiliation kink, it could be, but with a massive ego. I want us to see, by the way, just another area. This is a really quick doco. I want us to pay attention to
around
this.
armed forces.
I want us to pay attention to this. This is a really quick doco. It's about 18 minutes, 19 minutes. But this is about Myanmar and what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz, what's happening in Myanmar, what's happening in Sudan, what's happening in Gaza, the genocide, what's happening in the DRC. Everything is happening under one system, right? Like there are forces conflicting right now, mainly the US and China, and everything is like a proxy war of that sort of fight for that fight for hegemonic control slash moving from a unipolar world to a multipolar world. So these proxy wars that are happening are all related to the shift, but also, as old Al Hooton says, there is a huge aspect of white supremacy and Western capitalism, the system of capitalism trying to hold on to its power. So what's happening in Myanmar is very, very much connected to all of these different systems of power, and weapons are flowing in there somehow. This dude's holding an American weapon, right? So one thing I will just point out, Bloomberg Originals here says dark money behind Myanmar's civil war. Myanmar is not a civil war. It is not a civil war, just as Sudan is not a civil war. It's a proxy war. We can call it that. Is that an M4? Yeah. I think that's an M16. Isn't that an M16? Demographics of the military. Oh, let's check it out. The U.S. military, race and ethnicity. White, 67%. Black or African American, 18%. Racial groups. Not gonna lie, I don't know the difference, Lamau. Asian 3.9. Like what are all of these people doing, man, in the fucking army? Get out. Make it 100% white. Members in racial minority groups make up 32.5% of the active duty personnel within the selected criteria. Shoot, I remember a book about this by Amy Goodman, US-made weapons. Yeah, you always got to ask, whenever there's like a civil war, Lemao, whenever there's like a civil war, whenever mainstream media is trying to tell you it's a civil war, always question it. Because it's usually, it will probably be a proxy war, just like it is in Sudan. Here, Israel has been caught. I wouldn't say caught. Israel has been identified as sending weapons to the military junta in Myanmar. So none of these things are just civil wars. None of them are.
Getting into Myanmar as a journalist these days is extremely challenging. The exception is around big events. In March and April, we got rare access to Myanmar around Armed Forces Day. What we're seeing here is a choreographed demonstration of military power, of national unity, of symbolism intended to communicate that the Burmese military are very much in charge of this country.
Whenever someone says, oh, Buddhism, such a peaceful religion, I point them to Myanmar.
The reality is very different. The military and its allies control at most 40 or 45% of the country.
Young rebels willing to die and kill for democracy.
Rebel forces there are fighting an intense battle against the military regime.
More than 30,000 people were arrested, and 5 years on, millions remain displaced.
လက်ထဲဘာမှမရှိဘဲနဲ့ပြေးလာရတဲ့သူဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်တအားကိုဒုက္ခရောက်ခဲ့တာအမဆိုကလေး3လရှိသေးတာကိုညတိုင်းနဲ့အိတ်လို့မပြောညနေရောက်ရင်ငါ့ကိုလာရှာမလားငါ့ကိုလာဖမ်းမလားဆိုတဲ့စိတ်နဲ့ဘယ်သူမှလည်းစကားမပြောရဘူး
While millions of ordinary people are suffering and dying,
Totally plunge them in.
Those with power and weapons are making money. This is a conflict about territory and political control, but it's also about money, particularly dark money, illicit
Very true. Sri Lanka as well, for sure.
trade, hidden resources, and underground deals that make war.
Hey, do we have any Arun watchers here? Do we have any Arun watchers? By the way, what time does Arun go live? When the fuck does Arun go live? I've had Arun on the live a couple of times. Oh, Saturday afternoon US, I see. Arun's awesome.
More profitable than peace.
Partly because of time zones.
I've been covering geopolitics, crime, and corruption for over 15 years. The civil war in Myanmar is one of the biggest stories in Asia, but it's been nearly forgotten by the world. The conflict is savage. There are well-documented examples of the junta directly attacking civilians. Around 100,000 people have been killed, hundreds of thousands more injured, and millions displaced.
The group that's been displaced and affected the most, guys, the Rohingya people. The Rohingya people, please look into the Rohingya people's suffering right now. They are facing some insane depravity. We watched a documentary about the Rohingya people a couple of days ago. I will definitely keep bringing in more news about what's happening to the Rohingya, but yeah, they're getting genocided.
We're heading to Sagaing. We've been told that the area we're going to is reasonably safe, but very tense. We're hoping to speak to internally displaced people who are living on the grounds of monasteries.
Hey, Michael.
စစ်ကြောင်းဝင်လို့ရွာမှာစစ်တပ်ချလို့ဆိုပြီးတော့အမားတို့နေပြီးတော့အပီးကိုပြေးခဲ့ရတယ်
Does the junta have a specific meaning, or it's the government military? Junta is like a government that has been taken over or ruled by a country that's the military ruling. It's military rule.
မပါခဲ့တာအကုန်လုံးပေါင်းမှာ9000လောက်ပဲပါခဲ့တယ်ပြေးလာချင်းလမ်းမှာလူအုပ်တရာအများကြီးပဲဟိုညနေခင်းကိုလေနွားစင်းချိန်များလွှတ်လိုက်လို့အဲ့လိုပုံစံမျိုးပဲလူအုပ်တွေပြေးပြေးလွှားလွှားဖြစ်နေတဲ့အချိန်မှာဆိုင်ကယ်နဲ့ဝင်ပြီးချိတ်တာသူများဆိုင်ကယ်ဟောဘိုက်ချုပ်ကြီးပေါ်ကနေပြီးတက်ပြီးတော့နင်းသွားတာ
Also, let's not forget that all of this was enabled by Facebook. There's a lot of it. There's a lot of documentation of how Facebook enabled this genocide as well. This hate against the Rohingya. A few really hateful voices were amplified a lot by Facebook.
Zin Marwai traveled with her 2 daughters for months and finally found
Junta,
refuge in
yeah.
the monastery. Then things got even worse.
There's been a big earthquake in Myanmar. 7.7 is the magnitude of it.
Rescuers in Myanmar are working frantically to find survivors 3 days after the country's biggest earthquake in a century.
The military government now saying that around 1,700 people were killed in Friday's massive quake.
ငလျင်ကြီးဖြစ်တော့ကြတော့က ကလေးကငလျင်ဖြစ်ပြီးတော့ပြီးပြီးတော့ဆုံးသွားတယ်သုံးတဲ့ကျောင်းဆောင်ပြီးဆုံးသွားတယ်ကလေးက4 ရက်မြောက်နေ့မှာ dead body ပေါ်ပြီးတော့တွေ့တယ်အဲ့ဒါကလေးကနေပြီးအမားတို့မပြန်ပြစ်တော့တာဒီမှာပဲနေပြစ်တော့တာ
Myanmar why hopes her village can be rebuilt so her surviving daughter, who's 4 years old, can have a chance to attend school. But like the millions of other people displaced by this conflict, there's little she can do as the war rages on. What sets this war apart, and actually I think one of the reasons it does not get more coverage in the global media, is that it's very complex.
It was at an early hour that Rangoon marked Burma's full assumption of independence. The Burmese national flag was hoisted with all due ceremony.
Myanmar, which was known at the time as Burma, became independent in 1948. What followed, beginning in the 1960s, was a period of repressive military rule. The country was very isolated, it was heavily sanctioned, very poor. But then, beginning in 2011, things began to change. Notably with Aung San Suu Kyi, the opposition leader, being released from house arrest.
It seems the world has a new democracy.
Her National League for Democracy won the 2015 election in a landslide.
She is genius. She is the great leader.
We haven't really got to a goal yet. This is just the beginning.
Then there was an opening of the economy, which led to a huge boom in the 2010s. But the military staged a coup in 2021. Aung San Suu Kyi was placed under arrest, sparking massive protests. Hundreds of thousands of people went into the streets, and initially the protests were sort of tolerated, but pretty soon the army cracked down to the point of using live ammunition. Many of the protesters fled from cities to the forests. Kids, students, educated people reinvented themselves as guerrillas, forging alliances with long-standing rebel groups to fight the junta. On the one side, you have the junta, the military government and its allies. And on the other, you have 24 plus rebel groups. Some have fought the government on and off for decades.
So I just checked it. Junta is closer to the original Spanish sound and is very common in American English. Junta is also widely accepted, especially in British English. So you can actually say both.
These rebel groups also sometimes fight each other. You can't really impose a neat narrative on it. We saw the situation firsthand on the edge of Shan State, along Myanmar's border with Thailand. So this is territory controlled by an organization called the Wa National Army. It's a very complicated landscape. There is a militia associated with the Burmese military that controls one hilltop over here.
I mean, if you want to sound wrong, sure. Okay, my Fahrenheit people. All right, don't get your knickers in a twist, please.
WNA controls a different hilltop. Another outfit called the Shan State Army South controls yet another hilltop. And then, of course, on the other side of it, you have the Thai Army trying to keep an eye on everything and trying to protect Thailand's borders.
Freedom units, yeah.
Despite the presence of the Thai Army, the impact of the war has spilled over into towns along the border with Western Thailand, where people have come to seek safety, like Michelle.
My husband do a dog kolware. Suga sitting there to
Her husband's involvement with the protest movement made her a target, and the military came to find her.
About that, you should get the car gani. Oh, the Raya ni bio. Ain't no chance that. Tumia ain't a channel matua bio. Pony kere. Kaleo chibio. Below that is she lale. My
Don't get your
Michelle decided her only hope was to leave the country for Thailand. Hundreds of thousands of others have done the same. Most have no choice but to cross the border illegally, creating a market for people smugglers.
I wouldn't be surprised if like Epstein networks operated in areas like this. They're usually around war-torn regions. They're definitely near Bosnia, etc., operating around there. Taking kids from here. It's sick, man. Hey, now there are some Americans that are quite fluent with the metric system, but we were in the drug trade at some point for the most part. I decided to look it up. Daniel Gabriel Fahrenheit, FRS, 24th May 1686, 16 September 17 to 17 16 September 1736, was a physicist, inventor, and scientific instrument maker. He was born in Poland to a family of German origin, although he spent much of his life in the Dutch Republic. Sounds like a nice guy. Talk about immigrant. Nice plants.
We're here in Naypyidaw, Myanmar's capital, in what we've been told is the neighborhood where a number of generals, senior officials, government ministers live.
My first step towards leftist irreligiosity was using Celsius in meters. Wow. That's profound.
Every single house is behind a wall. Every single house is behind razor wire. Just as Naypyidaw itself is essentially behind a wall, closed off from the rest of the country. There is a huge amount of money that is fueling the civil war, and a lot of that money ends up with people like the ones who live in this neighborhood. When you consider how most people in this country live in a time of unbelievable economic collapse, it is a pretty stark contrast. While we were driving around Naypyidaw and Mandalay, we kept seeing these enormous queues of vehicles. It was the middle of the war in Iran. Myanmar has imposed strict fuel restrictions, which are adding to the effects of the conflict on people's day-to-day lives.
Far out, man. This is the thing, right? It's like you watch the news and it's like, oh, America's gas prices are at $4 a gallon, and then you see these lines. It's like, holy shit. Yeah, some of these people won't even get petrol. Yeah, New Zealand is at $8 a gallon. or yeah, Australia is pretty bad too. If you look at New Zealand prices, what we're paying in New Zealand dollars is around $13 New Zealand dollars a gallon, which is about $8. We just prepay with our taxes.
This is Mandalay. There is something of a veneer of normalcy It's peaceful here. There is commerce. It's the center of all kinds of commodity flows. When you think about the richness of Myanmar's natural resources, all of it flows through here to some degree. Myanmar is one of the most resource-rich countries in the world. There are significant reserves of gemstones, of timber, copper, almost anything you can think of. While some rebel groups are fighting for ideological reasons, others are fighting to get their hands on these natural resources. While we were in Mandalay, we met a gemstone trader originally from Mogok, where some of the most valuable rubies in the world have come from. In 2024, a rebel group called the TNLA took control of Mogok, and not surprisingly, it was very interested in rubies.
That's why never ever fall into the trap of thinking this is a civil war, because there are people wanting to take those resources, just like the UAE in Sudan is sponsoring the RSF because of the gold. It's the same here as well. There are rare earth minerals here too. Like a lot of rare earth minerals deposits are here as well in Myanmar.
The TNLA is one of a number of ethnic armed groups that existed before the coup. When the TNLA took over the area, it started charging local diggers for the ability to work their plots. If they wanted to survive, miners had to find ways to work around the system.
The fact that this guy got all of this access is pretty crazy.
Gemstones are a big industry.
I don't know how.
But the really significant money is in scam centers. We joined the Thai army on a patrol to check out the scam centers along the Thai-Myanmar border. This is Shui Koko, allegedly one of the largest scam centers anywhere in Southeast Asia.
Okay, I may be wrong about this. I may need to be fact-checked. There is a fucking Pokemon called Shui Koko. Okay? I'm telling you this right now. I don't know why I've heard this name, but there is 100% a Pokemon named Shui Koko.
There are signs all over the place warning people who may have answered job ads promising work in customer service that in fact what awaits them across the river in Myanmar is far more sinister and far darker. While many of the workers are trafficked and essentially held prisoner, some are volunteers, attracted by the prospect of generous pay.
Okay.
That was the story of this former scammer who asked for his identity to be concealed because he fears for his safety.
This building is the place that I used to work and live. My friend told me that if I go there, room and board are free, and the starting salary is 30,000 baht, about $900. There are bombs being thrown overhead, back and forth all the time. For the first few days, I was scared, but over time, I got used to it.
Hey, Rose.
My main work is trade. It's crypto trade. When a customer wants to invest with us, we have to tell them to download an app that is used for foreign currency exchange. In there, the customer has to exchange money for coin. After that, they take the coins to another application set up
Kia
by
ora,
scammers.
Amelia. Kia ora.
When the customers
How
put
are
the
you?
coin in there, it means the coins are already in the scammer's account. It's not just a one-time thing. A person has to get scammed at least 3 times. The first time is not that much, about $100. The second time is about $1,000, but the third time has to be higher, about $10,000.
The political economy of the civil war in Myanmar has a huge amount to do with places like this. They generate, by most accounts, billions, if not tens of billions of dollars in revenue. And that is money that goes straight into the pockets of various combatants in the war.
It's going to the military junta, the money. Due to the sanction, and they're facing many things, the military junta, they doesn't have any more money. So they're doing the scamming.
Okay. Haunter is another Pokemon, isn't it? Because it sounded like he said military haunter, and haunter is definitely a Pokemon.
Business to fight against their own people.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it, Mikachu. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
They don't care whatever happens to the country and people. Their focus is their own families and relatives and the military.
Myanmar's parliament has elected military chief Min Aung Hlaing as the country's new president.
Opponents say the poll is an
Bill
attempt
Moraga,
by the
you know
army
a lot
to
about
try
this.
and win legitimacy on the global stage.
The
Nah, I
fake
know Attack
election
the Block.
won't
I
work.
know.
They elected themselves. Everyone knows. As long as they have power, they can do their own business. As long as war existing, they can make money.
A Myanmar military airstrike reportedly killed 7 civilians, including a 5-year-old child in the country.
There's basically no prospect of the war ending anytime soon. No one is winning on the battlefield. But with so much money being made, the combatants don't really have a reason to stop fighting. And the sad part is, no matter who's in charge, the rebel groups or the junta, hardly any of this money is actually reaching the people of Myanmar.
ဘာမှမရှိတဲ့ဘဝကိုရောက်သွားပြီလေဘာမှမရှိတဲ့ဘဝရောက်သွားတာဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်နှစ်ဆပြန်ပြီးတော့စူးစမ်းရမယ်ဟိုအရင်တုန်းကလိုပုံစံလေးပြန်ပြီးတော့ဖြစ်ချင်ပါတယ်သူသမီးကိုသူမတွေ့ဘူးခဲ့ဘူးအော်သူစီက message တစ်ခုရောက်လာခဲ့ဘူးတယ်သူကတော့ဒီဒေါ်လာရေးကိုပြီးဆုံးတဲ့အထိလောက်မှဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်သမီးတို့လည်းကဘာမြေရဲ့တနေရာမှာအသက်ရှင်နေတယ်ရှိနေတာကိုသူသိရတယ်သူပြန်မလာနိုင်ဒါကိုခွင့်လွှတ်ပါဆိုတဲ့စကားတစ်ခုရောက်လာခဲ့တယ်
A spokesperson for Myanmar's military-backed government, Kang Soe, declined to comment on the killing of civilians. She denied that government officials profit from scam centers. Our government views the fight against online scam centers as a national responsibility, and we are working aggressively alongside regional neighbors to crack down on them. Loy Ye-u, a spokesperson for the Taang National Liberation Army, TNLA, said it had treated minors fairly while collecting legitimate taxes. I'm glad you guys stuck around and watched that. That was that's important to understand, I think. What Myanmar is going through. The fact they didn't talk about the Rohingya there, which is kind of bad, but Myanmar is going through it at the moment. Okay, let's get into some climate news.
Suspicion of arson as massive fires spread in.
Let's get into some climate news. There is what the fuck is happening in Nevada, everybody? What is going on in Nevada? What is going on in Nevada?
More than 90,000 people have been told to evacuate their homes in the US state of Nevada because of a fast-moving wildfire. Officials
A whole lot of inbreeding.
say the fire has already burned more than 50 square kilometres of land and that at least 6 people have been injured. Our North America correspondent David Willis has more from Los Angeles.
Well, what's surprised local officials and local firefighters, looks to me, is the speed at which this particular wildfire has picked up ferocity. Last night, Saturday night, there was very little apparently to suggest that the flames would move at quite this speed, but they've been nourished by very dry brush in that area and, of course, of very high winds. So we now have an area of 13,000 acres, that's more than 50 square kilometres of land that have been affected by
the wind
this
changed
fire,
direction?
and they are urging officials in that area,
that's very lucky.
a total of more than 90,000 people to evacuate
90,000 people
homes in that area have already, it's thought, been
Hey,
destroyed
8-bit supercomputer.
by this particular wildfire, and those evacuations.
8-bit supercomputer, 30 stream streak. Can you not keep your clothes on? What's with all the streaking? Keep your clothes on, please.
So there we are. Include properties quite close to the borders, the Nevada borders with California and Oregon. Now, several homes in the north of the state, northwest of Reno, that's a gambling town, are thought to have been among those that have been destroyed. At least 6 people, we're told, have been injured. And Nevada's governor, Joe Lombardo, has declared a state of emergency in that particular part of his state. He's sending in the National Guard to help the efforts of local firefighters, some of whom are launching aerial assaults to try to combat this massive blaze from the air.
Our North America correspondent.
Yep. This is a bit of a... I am just gonna grab a quick coffee, everybody. Please get some warm drinks. 5 minutes, okay? 5 minutes less, maybe 2-3 minutes. A lot of wealthy folks from California left the state to live just over the border in Nevada, where the fires are raging. Oh shit, plunger man. 5 minutes. Go get yourselves your coffees. If it's 2 a.m., I don't care. Go get yourself a coffee. If it's 5 a.m., don't give a shit. Coffee. If it's 10 p.m., who cares? Just get a coffee, okay? I'll see you in a second.
They don't know what the they're doing.
I'll see you in a second, folks. See you in a second.
I want to be a good boy.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of 4.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. You understand that?
So there we are.
Guess who's back? 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 Guess who's back?
Change rapidly, especially in this area with the evening winds that we get predominantly anytime after mid-afternoon into the early evening.
Hello.
And so we really encourage those that are under a get set evacuation, that 45,000 number, to have their stuff ready, have their go bags ready, have their medications, their pets, their important documents, some clothes, toiletries, whatever they need, packed up and ready to go in a moment's notice.
Now, tens of thousands of people are being urged to evacuate as firefighters are facing a real challenge in their battle in Nevada. A wildfire just has exploded in size, now eating up about 15,000 acres northeast of Reno. It's already forced 2 medical centers in the area to relocate patients for safety. And as of this morning, the fire is 0% contained. CNN's Josh Campbell is on the ground in Reno with much more. Josh, what are you learning here?
Well, Kate, you know, we're at one of the many evacuation centers that have been established.
Low water levels in Lake Powell and Lake Mead in August 2026. The two largest reservoirs in the United States provide water to 40 million people and irrigation for 5 million acres of farmland. The 2 largest reservoirs in the United States approached record low levels in the summer of 2026. Short and long-term droughts, plus below-average winter snowfalls, diminished water supplies across the Colorado River watershed, which feeds into Lake Powell and Lake Mead. The river system supplies water to approximately 40 million people and 5 million acres of farmland in Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, and California. The first image pair shows Lake Powell, the second largest reservoir in the U.S., according to the National Integrated Drought System. Holy shit. Okay, here we go. Oh my goodness, it's fucked. What is going on? Oh my. It's drying up, folks. It's drying up. Oh my goodness. 40 million people and 5 million acres of farmland? Oh man. Lake levels are critically low at 22% full, 22% full, 33 average. 32% is average. The U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, USBR, reported a reservoir level pool elevation of 3,518.79 feet above sea level as of August 2023. The previous low, set in April 2023, was 3,519.92 feet. The comparison above shows the difference in the lake's extent in August, on August 8, 2014 and August 1st, 2026. Swipe the center, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's take a look at this. Oh, man. Okay. It's coming out on the edges, you can see. Wow. It's also one of the fastest growing data center regions too. No way. I remember that lake being almost full in 1982. Oh, you can zoom in? Okay. Let's take a look. I don't want to zoom in too much. Doesn't look like yeah, that's a lot, eh? It's not just data centers. Land is dry, so waters get sucked by land too. Farmers also add up to it. Data centers, yeah. The Guardian, Utah approves data center backlash. Oh my, oh, did Utah approve it? Irresponsible. Oh, this is 3 months old. Backlash as Utah approves data center twice the size of Manhattan. Twice the size? Oh my gosh. What? Facility would require more power than entire state uses and suck up vast amount of water in drought-stricken areas. What? A plan to create one of the largest data centers, a gargantuan project spanning an area more than twice the size of Manhattan, has provoked a furious public backlash in Utah amid concerns over its vast energy use and impact upon the state's stressed water supplies. What the fuck?
They don't know what the they're doing.
Oh my gosh.
He should kiss my ass.
What is happening? Isn't that the one the ghoul Kevin O'Leary is backing? I don't know. Is this Kevin O'Leary, Matt? Oh, yeah, the Shark Tank guy, Kevin O'Leary. Isn't he Canadian? Isn't the fucking Shark Tank dude Canadian? What the fuck is he doing here? The power is like 8 nukes. Sorry about that. The power is like 8 nukes in power. That's crazy. Yeah. He is Canadian, eh? Oh my gosh. Maybe he's been planted, Shiny. Maybe he's trying to fuck up America from the inside. A plant. The fuck? He's Canadian. Yeah, he's Canadian. The rich are just wanting to suck every last drop of wealth from the people and land. That's true. Yes. David Crowley should leave Minnesota for Hong and move to Utah immediately. Oh, yeah. Has the Crowley guy... That guy... Oh, the Crowley thing was so disappointing, man. Fun fact, Kevin O'Leary is also Lebanese. Really? Under American law, in the census, he can tick the white box. I think Lebanese people are considered white in America. Sean Lawrence Kearns, when you're ideologically opposed to the environment existing, you really don't have a firm grasp on realities such as the water table. Now he's trying to make Canada America so he can fuck it all up for himself. Oh, thank you, Shiny.
Thank you, friends.
True, he's Canada's super soldier. It's definitionally a smash and grab, yeah. Increase. Austin is gay and Lebanese, yeah. Increasing number of environmental harm and human rights abuse linked to demand for minerals critical to the just energy transition by 38% in Albania, Armenia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Georgia, Kazakhstan, Kosovo, Kyrgyzstan. Oh my gosh. This is bad. Oh, there he is. There he is. The Canadian. Shiny. Shiny, take him back. Send him back. Send him back. Send him back. I bet you he calls himself an expat. Bruh, what?
Established, and over my shoulder you can see a ubiquitous group of people that we often see whenever there's disaster, and that is the Red Cross. These angels come here to these communities to try to help people who have had to evacuate, and again, we're talking about 90,000 people that have been urged to evacuate. About 42,000 of those people are in this mandatory warning zone. So again, this is something that is largely disruptive to tens of thousands of people here. Now, yesterday here near where we are in Reno, we saw this erratic fire activity really start to pick up. This fire rapidly moving downhill to these residential areas. As you mentioned, this hawk fire now at least covering 15,000 acres and at 0% containment. Now, this...
Whoa, that was 10 hours ago. What? What is it? Can someone check, like, containment? Where is this fire
is a
at?
continuation of this destructive fire season that we've seen across the Southwest. Tens of thousands of acres burned. Some of these fires have caused evacuations of entire towns. Now, the fire crews, both from the local, state, and federal level, are currently attacking this fire on the ground as well as from the air. We're hearing that aerial assets are coming in from around the area, including from neighboring California. Californians offering their assistance to their neighbors here in Nevada. The governor of Nevada has declared a state of emergency for Washoe County, which includes parts of Reno where we are, as well as parts of Lake Tahoe. And again, there's such a human toll here. Again, we talk about the tens of thousands of people disrupted, and I'll speak quietly because there are people around us right now who have evacuated. One thing that I've noticed is children that are coming, obviously people having to leave their location for these shelters. And for, you know, the fellow animal lovers out there, we've seen so many people here with pets clinging to them in this there's a couple dogs over here right now in this unfamiliar area that they're, you know, having to leave their homes in order to try to flee here for safety. This is really heartbreaking, but fire crews say they're doing everything that they possibly can, Kate, to save property and to save lives.
Yeah, absolutely. Josh, thank you so much for being there for us this morning.
Joining us now is Chief Richard Edwards with the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection.
I'm in Vegas near downtown. I live in Nevada, but pretty far from Reno. Near Lake Tahoe. Could barely see smoke. Oh my goodness. So this is the one that would be near the people, right? These are air sensors, are they? Where, like... No, I don't want that. Air quality monitors and sensors, yeah. Oh, this is the bad air too. Hazardous. Oh my. America's literally on fire. Wow. Where are we at? We're somewhere over here, right? Vegas. This is the one. This is the one here. That 575,000 acres. 575,000 acres. What? Okay, that is huge, man. Big grass fire. This is the one.
District, which covers Washoe County.
That's me in Southern Oregon.
Here. I know it's a busy time. At this hour, what is the status of the fire and evacuations?
Hawk fire? Is it hawk fire? Okay. Where are we, man? There you go. Hawk fire. Reno. Yeah, this one, eh? Wow, 15,000 acres, guys. This is the one. You're right. It is this one. For the wildfires, because we have these situations like USA and Europe for 10 years already, they made us plant different types of trees in years so the fire spreads slower. To be fair, there's always a lot of fires in the West every summer. There's a lot of forest. Why hasn't Trump tariffed the fire yet? If only we still had a FEMA. I mean, was FEMA helping this stuff? Was FEMA actually helping? What would they have done, Michael? The most messed up, it's when it goes uphill. That's when it spreads the most. Add a little wind for a few seconds and that's it. I think Sean Kingston is responsible. What? Okay, Orpheus, either there's a politician called Sean Kingston or you're talking about the singer. JR, Sean Kingston, you're way too beautiful, girl. That Sean Kingston. FKA Warwick. Fucker Warwick. Hi. He has a song about fire. Oh, right. Welcome. Welcome, Warwick. I thought the USB Kingston. You got me suiciding. Yeah. Okay. Let's get back into this.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for having me. The fire continues to grow. It's over 15,000 acres. We still have 0% containment, and we have a large amount of our community evacuated, roughly 42,000 under immediate evacuation warning right now, and another 45,000 under a get ready evacuation warning.
Can you describe to me what the conditions are that your firefighters are dealing with at this hour?
Yeah, our firefighters have experienced extreme fire conditions. When this fire started, we were under a red flag warning, and that red flag warning meant that we had very low humidity, fuel moistures were very low, and we had very high winds. At the peak of the fire activity, Friday evening into Sunday morning, we saw wind gusts in excess of 40 miles an hour. That allowed that fire to travel extremely quick and cover an area of almost 6 miles in less than 24 hours.
Wow. Look, we have heard from officials that this was a human-caused fire. Do you have a sense of how? Are we talking about arson or something like an unattended campfire or a lit cigarette butt thrown out in those kind of conditions can spark something like this?
Yeah, that's a great question. We do know that it's human caused because there was no natural ignition sources there.
Oh, it was human caused? What, someone's gone out there and had a barbecue or something? Oh my gosh.
Present in the area. It's kind of a more remote area outside of the city center. But the investigators are still working to determine exactly how it was caused. But we are fairly certain it's human caused.
Yeah, it's so stupid. I mean, it's so fucking dry. It's like the climate is falling apart. Yeah, exactly, Shiny. I agree with you. I think it's a terrible narrative. It's on the shadow side of the mountains. Like, farting in the direction of this like dry land would cause a fire, you know? It's that bad. One of the fires around here was started by a guy shooting metal targets. Oh no, man.
Do you have a sense, because I know it was really difficult for y'all
Deadly
to get
Cheesecake.
to some of these areas.
Kia ora,
How
welcome.
many homes or buildings have been damaged or destroyed by this fire?
Yeah, we do not have an exact count at this moment, but we do have damage assessment teams that were able to finally enter into the area yesterday. It was safe enough for them to operate. And we're hoping to have those numbers today and then work with the medical examiner's office to begin notifying those homeowners that lost their structures.
Give us a sense of these 45, there's 42,000 people that have been told to evacuate, but there are 45,000 who are being told, look.
How about the Norway fires right after a stance against is not real? I don't know, man. Bro, this is a climate fuck up. It's a climate fuck up. We're in the thick of it now. Honestly, like, there's no point. It's just so dry and it's so hot. Like, the fires are gonna start anywhere and everywhere. Like, even if it was some Israeli dude running around with a lighter or whatever, it doesn't matter, man. This was good. It's inevitable. Like, these fires will happen.
Be ready. How should they prepare? And how quickly could this change?
Yeah.
Like, those sorts of narratives, by the way, Lizard's Lounge, all it does is take the attention away from the deep issue the world is in, which is climate change. And, man, climate catastrophe. We shouldn't even call it a fucking change. We're in the midst of the catastrophe.
Fire conditions change rapidly, especially in this area with the evening winds that we get predominantly anytime after mid-afternoon into the early evening. And so we really encourage those that are under a get-set evacuation, that 45...
Hey, can I just say these firefighters are fucking brave as people? Because you just don't know when these fires can change direction. You just don't know. These people are incredibly brave human beings. Like, they're just putting their life on the line. They know it. When they leave to fight these fires, they know there's a high chance they won't be coming back. And they're just going in there and doing it. Like, if you see these people, if you see these fucking people these people around, just like, let them know that they're absolute heroes, because they are. They really are. No matter where in the world these fires are, firefighters risk their lives. They know it.
5,000 number. To
Your
have their
dad
stuff
was a
ready,
fire
have
jumper?
their go bags ready,
Crazy.
have their medications, their pets, their important documents, some clothes, toiletries, whatever they need, packed up and ready to go in a moment's notice. And then we also encourage those folks, if they have a place to go, if they have another place to stay, to go ahead and leave the area. And we're working with our sheriff and our local National Guard to help protect and patrol those neighborhoods, knowing that those areas could be evacuated, or the evacuated areas where people have already left their homes.
Well, we want to send good luck to you. You said it was 0% contained, and the conditions right now very difficult because they are dry and very windy. We will be checking in to see how this goes with 42,000 people already evacuated. Chief Richard Edwards, thank you for taking the time this morning. Thank you to your crews out there for fighting this fire. Appreciate it. Kate?
You hear like Donald Trump. I don't hear Donald Trump making any statements about this, by the way. Donald Trump, I have not heard a statement from him. This is the latest from Nevada. This is one of the latest reports. This news item was 10 hours
Tonight,
ago, but this
firefighters racing to contain the flames above Reno, threatening tens of thousands. The rapidly expanding Hawk Fire exploding over the weekend, racing over more than 15,000 acres, destroying dozens of homes and forcing 45,000 people to evacuate.
I'm still scared to death. You don't know if the winds are going to shift and it's going to get worse.
Another 40,000 told to pack and get ready to go.
Every now and then, you'd hear a propane tank explode up on the hill.
Mark Bordeaux, from just north of downtown Reno, evacuated his home Friday and has been living at the Bonanza Casino parking lot ever since.
How bad was it?
I could not see from my front door to the walk.
Wow.
And that was probably 20 feet. And leaving, it was bumper to bumper, and it was just total chaos.
The Hawk Fire, now known to be a human-caused fire, is being fought by 900 fire personnel attacking from the ground and from the air. The Nevada National Guard assisting with...
What is that pink stuff? Is it just water with a bit of coloring, or is it actually like... what chemical do they put in the water? Do you guys know what that chemical is? Fire retardant? I see. PFAS?
And Black Hawk helicopters.
How dangerous is it? Extremely dangerous. It is a dry season, and with that cheatgrass, that fire fuels, they ignite, they go quickly, and when you add that breeze, now you have an extremely fast-moving fire.
The sheriff telling us 7 people injured so far, including 3 first responders, from fires so hot it's melted paint right off of cars.
Oh, feel that heat. Oh my gosh.
Heavy smoke blanketing neighborhoods around Reno, where the temperature today surged past 90 degrees with hot and dry conditions expected to continue for days. Those conditions, along with increased winds, creating a new risk for the fire to spread even further over the next 48 hours.
And Steve joins us just outside the evacuation zone there in Reno. And Steve, officials say this fire was human-caused, but at this point they're saying it's unclear if it was intentional.
Tom, the sheriff here tells me it is simply a matter that is under investigation. Meanwhile, we just learned from a briefing, containment has jumped up to 27%. Firefighters are making progress here, but the winds are kicking up again, and the danger far from over.
Oh, okay. So in 10 hours, they've made a lot of progress. There's an update. Oh my God, this is so much going on, man. Okay, there's an update on what's going on with Iran. I don't know. Like, we'll watch that later. This is Germany. How 25 days of extreme heat disrupted Germany's economy.
Environmental organization Greenpeace Germany says extreme heat and droughts could have cost the German economy at least 36 billion euros. That's equivalent to 0.8% of Germany's annual economic output.
Wow! Heat drought cost Germany 36 billion? Wow. Oh shit. Maybe we should have all paid attention to climate change. Hey, capitalism. The fuck you doing, capitalism?
Greenpeace say they arrived at that figure by adding up economic data from wildfires, crop failure, health costs, as well as heat-related productivity losses. This summer, Germany's all-time temperature record was broken on 3 consecutive days. Greenpeace wants the government in Berlin to respond to climate change with what the group calls the seriousness it demands. And we can now bring in Maurizio Vargas. He's an economist working for Greenpeace, and he's the one who actually wrote that report. Maurizio, how do you arrive at this figure of 36 billion, and how robust and reliable is this figure?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me on the show. And the 36 billion euro figure comes from a comprehensive economic analysis. that basically tries to quantify the economic impact of the heat wave that we have been seeing in the last weeks. And we analyze the direct damages to infrastructure and productivity losses, production losses in vital areas like healthcare, agriculture, forestry, and we even digged into the education sector. And I would say it's a pretty reliable analysis, although we haven't covered and captured all the long-term consequences. For instance, ecosystem losses caused by wildfires aren't captured in the analysis.
Now, just for our viewers to understand this, these 36 billion euros in additional costs for the German economy, is that 36 billion on top of what an average summer would cost the economy? Is there a baseline number to compare this to, like an average summer with fewer days of excessive heat?
Well, there are different baselines. For instance, in agricultural sector, we compared the cost relative to the last 3 years. So partly it's an additional cost. But on the other hand, it also assumes like the 25 heat days. And before the 80s, we had just 5. So you could say it's not just additional, but it's like the huge amount is caused by the heat waves. So if we had 5 days, heat days before, now we had around 25 days. So it shows that the majority of the costs have been caused by the heat wave.
So it's the overall cost. Now, how you think can Germany better heat-proof the economy and reduce, for example, the productivity losses?
Well,
How do you think Germany can heat-proof the economy? Use ice, bro. Use ice. America, they need ice. It's the immigrants, guys. It's the immigrants. Send the immigrants back home, and then your environment will just get cooler. It's the fucking immigrants. It's got to be the immigrants, right? All of those black and brown people are bringing the heat along with them because, you know, black and brown absorbs heat. They're all walking in, and all their body heat, you know, is making the environment hotter. And it's making it harder for people to live. Send them back.
I think, like, to put it short, we must implement rapid adaptation strategies, such as like improving our infrastructure, increasing urban green spaces in cities, and especially providing our local governments and municipalities with the necessary funding that are needed for local.
They are so hot.
Cool initiatives. But nevertheless, we need to combine these adaptation measures with robust long-term climate mitigation policies to address the root causes of these heat waves.
Now, when you talk about addressing infrastructure,
not the one
that sort of that covers a lot. Can you give a concrete example of what can be done now or for next year to improve infrastructure?
You just got charged for a superfan renewal? Yeah, my TikTok's gone. It shouldn't have charged you. I mean, I don't know what to do. I just can't access my TikTok. Just message TikTok, not the one. The best way to do it is to message TikTok, I guess. Like very, very bad stuff doing all the time.
Well, on the one hand, there are things we can change right now. For instance, like the low water levels in the Rhine will happen in the future as well. And of course, you can...
Oh, yes, not the one. Thought I'd ask before I chase TikTok. Yeah, chase them. Like, you shouldn't be paying. I'm not online, and you shouldn't be paying for that. Also, just turn off your Google Play. It's in your Google Play, as Matt says. Open your Google Play app and stop renewals.
Build additional infrastructure like rail tracks to partly compensate for that. But this is something that will stay with us. But on the other hand, like if you think about schooling, the health sector, of course, we can improve the cooling.
Our mans became washed from having a crash out over communism and DSA winning elections to now becoming your average weirdo and grifting off of marginalized communities for engagement or whatever. For the record, I do lean Republican these days, and yet I think I'm a pretty solid dude. Might sound like an oxymoron to the morons. Oh my gosh. The Democrats are cringer and don't stand for anything. At least Republicans have lowered crime in my area and secured the border. Do you think these days is some dog whistle? Are you one of those crazy types? Oh my gosh, dude. America, fuck yeah. Coming again.
Well, Indonesian police have...
Hold on. We need this.
America, America.
Can we put the Palestine flags in the chat? Palestine flags in the chat, please. Too much wokeness in the chat. When we go for you now. It's the hope for tomorrow. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh, America, let's go! Slavery, yeah. Oh my gosh, trans woman, that's crazy. Okay, this is my part where I take over. America, fuck yeah. Coming again to save the motherfucking day. Yeah, America, fuck yeah. Freedom is the only way. Yeah, terrorists, your game is through. 'Cause now you have to answer to America. Fuck yeah. America. Fuck yeah.
America, America.
And scene. Oh my gosh, we haven't done that in a while. We haven't done that in a while.
Thank you, friends.
Oh, brilliant. Absolute
systems in
brilliance.
schools, in hospitals, etc. So there are things that can be done today and have to be done today.
Now, you speak about cooling systems in hospitals, for example. Air conditioning is, for some reason, a political hot potato in Germany. Why do you think that is the case?
Well, I guess it's a misunderstanding, because if we're talking about air conditioning, we're basically talking about heat pumps, and I think maybe part of the culture war, I don't know, there seems to be huge resistance when you talk about heat pumps, like in one part of the
Okay, bro. For Greenpeace to put this guy on TV, what the fuck is going on here? Why is Greenpeace good at putting this guy on TV?
political spectrum. On the other hand, people might be afraid that if we talk about air conditioning, we might lose our concentration on the climate mitigation measures. But at the end of the day, we need both. We need climate mitigation measures and policies, and we need cooling systems like air conditioning in combination with heat pumps that may heat our houses in winter. So I don't see a contradiction there. And yeah, I hope we overcome that cultural war, actually. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Maurizio Vargas there, working for Greenpeace. Thank you, Maurizio.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Just talked absolute rubbish and left. This may be off topic, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around what you were saying about the Texas Senate race. You were saying that people who vote for someone like Tallarico must not care about Palestinians as much, but Paxton is also pro-Israel and he doesn't want to overrun Citizens United, which gives pro-Israel lobbies more power to bribe politicians. No, all I want you to say, all I want you to acknowledge, Deadly Cheesecake, is that you see your domestic policies as more important than genocide. That's all. I think that's a simple ask, right? Like, it's one thing saying the genocide is the most important thing, and it's another thing voting against it. Like, it's just about consistency.
High temperatures in parts of Germany have hit farmers especially hard. The government has promised support, but much of the burden still falls on farmers themselves. They're being forced to adapt to a changing climate because extreme heat and lack of rain are no longer such rare events.
This is Evelyn, born today, the youngest of the Zeller family's 60 cows. One new calf has arrived, but the farmer's being forced to shrink its herd. They've sold several cows and slaughtered others prematurely. The reason? There simply isn't enough feed, and buying more is getting expensive. Tanya and Hermann Zeller have been farming organically for 35 years. Alongside the dairy operation, they grow vegetables on their property. Normally that includes several varieties of pumpkin. But this year, most of the seeds didn't germinate. There simply wasn't enough water. And drought isn't the only problem for farmers.
They are being affected by the war in the Middle East because it has changed fertilizer prices. It has also led to higher diesel prices and rising transport costs. The second issue is the dryness of the soil.
There's been almost no rainfall here since mid-June. Experts aren't calling this a catastrophic harvest year, but they are saying the trend is worrying as climate changes. Germany's Farmers Association is calling for government aid, including a further reduction in the tax on diesel. The Agriculture Minister wants to wait for the final harvest figures to assess the losses, but has already promised farmers assistance.
We already have targeted measures in place, such as our €200 million liquidity assistance program with the Specialized Agricultural Bank. And we're working at full speed to ensure that EU fertilizer aid reaches farms quickly, with minimal bureaucracy where it's needed most.
Financial assistance for drought-hit farmers is one thing, but experts also see room for improvement in water management.
In the past, the focus was always on getting water out of agricultural land and the wider landscape as quickly as possible, because too much water is a problem, not only during floods. Standing water in fields can also have negative effects. But now we are facing a new situation with very dry periods occurring more frequently. That means we need...
But I don't see the domestic policy as more important than genocide. I just don't see how letting Paxton win. Yeah, if we let people like Paxton win and keep Citizens United, how will we be able to combat lobbies like AIPAC? Yeah, but then you can also say, how is voting for Trump being better for the world, right? Like you can say Trump is a racist Christian nationalist who came into power, but unequivocally, as we watched the evidence, as we watched that video with the evidence the other day, Harris was more destructive on Gaza. Harris and Biden were more destructive on Gaza Like, it's unequivocal, the numbers, just the amount of destruction Harris and Biden did. So my question to you is, why do you think Tallarico will be better? Like, what makes you think Tallarico will be better? Because that's what everyone said. Harris will be better. But unequivocally, the Biden-Harris administration caused the most amount of destruction in Gaza than anybody else. Like, we know. We have that data. Right?
Need to make sure that water is not constantly drained away.
The sellers are already adapting. This spring they built a reservoir to irrigate fields during dry spells. It came too late for their pumpkins, but it's a first step in adapting to climate change, and they have more ideas.
One adaptation is to lease additional land so that we can produce more feed. The other is to try growing.
Yeah, but that was Deadly Cheesecake. I think instead of me telling you whether Paxton will be better or Tallarico will be better, just think about how people were speaking about this whole thing when Kamala was running. Like, they were like, oh, no matter what happens, Kamala will be better. Better for who?
Varieties of grain, as well as forage crops that can cope better with drought.
Agricultural scientists like Lorenz Kottmann are working on more drought-resistant crops, but that doesn't always mean farmers will grow them.
Crops grown in Germany are primarily those that can be sold successfully and for which there's a strong market. Important crops such as wheat, barley, rapeseed and maize will certainly continue to play a major role. But I expect that more crops will be added to the mix, that there will be more experimentation, and that some of these new crops will certainly prove very successful.
Okay, man. This is Germany's solution is like, you know, genetically modify your way out of this fucking problem. Okay, man. I'll check back in I'll check back in next year when the Rhine doesn't even fucking exist anymore.
Well, Indonesian police have arrested 72 people on suspicion of arson as massive fires spread in central and western parts of Indonesia. The dense smoke is also blanketing some of Indonesia's neighbors. The fires are being driven by farmers for land clearing, but the situation is being exacerbated by an intensifying El Niño weather pattern.
So it's not just, you know, in the West that we're feeling a lot of the effects of the climate impact. It's also, the global South is getting fucked at the moment. It's just not much coverage about what's happening in the global South. Indonesia is bearing the brunt. It's low water table as well. It's all bad stuff, guys. It's all fucking bad stuff.
Dr. Carmel Llano Sanchez is the CEO of the Natural Rehabilitation Initiative Indonesia, and she joins me now from West Kalimantan. Good to have you with us this evening. Now, you are there in West Kalimantan. It's one of the big fire hotspot zones. What are you seeing there?
Well, it's actually the situation is got quite out of control because the fires have now spread all over. We have hundreds, if not thousands, of hotspots. And one of the characteristics of the forest where I am here is we have pit.
Kazi, that's exactly what I want. What I want Deadly Cheesecake to say is the local politics are taking priority over genocide, right? Like America's role in genocide. Like, that's what we're saying here. And I just want that authenticity instead of like just going on and on and on about this, Tallarico is going to be better for genocide or the other guy's going to be worse for genocide. It's like, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You've just, I feel like that people are coming to this moment where they can't, they don't want to speak clearly because of being seen some way or whatever. But like, I just wish the, pro Kamala people would just admit that they didn't care about genocide, just as Kamala didn't, you know?
Lands and the peat tends to burn underneath, and that's what is causing so much smoke haze that is now affecting other countries. And those fires are very difficult to stop.
Oh, trans woman, totally. Do it. Do it.
Yes, and these fires occur pretty much every year, but do you notice that perhaps they're getting worse as the years go by?
Well, I think there are several problems. There are many factors that are influencing these fires, and one of them is the expansion of oil palm. Unfortunately, now it's not so much the industries that did expansion years ago, perhaps 10, 15 years ago. Now it's the smallholders that they just clear the land by burning it because it's just cheaper. And that's really causing a lot of problems, but also climate change. We now have more intensified drought seasons, and the heat is, it's much hotter as well.
Why do you find that take reductive?
And that's also one of the main reasons why these forest fires are out of control and they are spreading so far and so fast.
Yes, and
like why can't you say that you're prioritizing domestic politics over foreign policy? Like, why can't you just say that? I don't understand. You're prioritizing your priorities. You're prioritizing what matters to you, right? And I don't understand why people can't say that. Because I have a feeling I know why. Because people intuitively know because people intuitively know that what they're doing isn't right. I think that's the main reason why people don't want to say it. Because it's fundamentally and morally, you know what you're doing. But I think it's hard for people to say it. Yeah, you're hitting as many points as possible. Talarico isn't going to stop arms to Israel. Like, I don't know what you want me to say, Deadly Cheesecake. Like, I just wouldn't take part in something that asked me to choose between someone who, no, you are just wrong. Oh, okay.
And then is it of concern to you as well that, the weather forecasters across the world have declared that there is an El Nino weather pattern in our part of the world, and are there concerns that this will make it even worse?
Well, we've noticed the effects of this El Nino since March. So, for us, this is nothing new. I just cannot imagine, when now the scientists are...
I don't understand why Americans can't just do that. It's like, I am not prioritizing the genocide. Just say it. Just say it. It's okay. Like, why do you feel like you need to hang on to both? You know exactly what you're doing. You know exactly what you're doing. But why are you looking for validation to do it?
Saying that the El Nino is intensifying now, I don't know how much stronger it can get, because here we have had, I think it's now 65 days with absolutely no drop of rain.
Hey, Spencer, welcome.
So if we are we're about to have 2 months more or 3 months without rain, I think the situation could get really scary.
Yes, and are you aware that there is a more national approach to deal with something like this? Because it's not just, the whole island of Borneo effectively, but also then you've got Sumatra as well, and even parts of Java that do get affected by these sort of forest fires.
Well, yes, of course, but I think again there are many factors influencing these fires, and Indonesia is a huge country, as you know. I mean, just Borneo, I mean, just the area where I am, and I think it's very difficult.
Yeah, it's okay. You care about genocide, but you don't want to prioritize genocide, right? Can we at least say that? Can we at least say that? One is worse for many people. Yeah. Okay.
To deploy resources. Yeah, so I think the role of the NGOs, like ourselves, but also the communities, is very important too.
Yes. Can you tell us a bit about your organization, the Natural Rehabilitation Initiative Indonesia, what it does and how it's being impacted by these fires?
So we work several conservation projects, but actually one of our main projects is the rescue and rehabilitation and reintroduction of orangutans. So in the area where we are, we have populations of orangutans that are under threat. And one of the main threats right now is the forest loss caused by fires. So in times like now where we have fires everywhere, we need to go out there and evacuate a lot of orangutans that are under threat of the fires, or sometimes they are left in small fragments of forest that there's not enough food for them. And this is one of the main issues that now we're working on. We also have a rehabilitation center where we are.
But you are, though, Deadly Cheesecake. That's the thing. You are prioritizing domestic policy over foreign policy. Like, it's just the case, man. Like, Deadly Cheesecake, like, I don't understand what we are. It's like you want to hang on to the fact that you care about the genocide. Okay, you care about the genocide, but you want to make it seem like your vote also matches that. It doesn't, and it doesn't.
Taking care of 60 individuals, the 60 orangutans.
Remember, the Kamala movement was like, if you don't vote, everything's going to be fucked. It's going to get worse in Gaza. It's going to get worse. It's going to get, it's all going to fucking fall apart. While Kamala was saying things like, we're going to build the most lethal army in the world. We're going to basically do the same thing on the border that Trump was doing and was campaigning with Dick Cheney. I don't think it's any different to this. It's like I really don't want to have this. This is like flogging a dead horse in America. It's like the same conversation of like, oh yeah, this person is going to be better because they're blue.
And the whole center is surrounded by fire. So
it happens every 2 years.
We are working 24 hours, night and day, to really keep the fires out of the center. So it's been quite stressful.
So what happens after they're evacuated? I'm assuming you look after them, but are they reintroduced back into the wild?
So that's the process of rehabilitation. We have forest areas where they rehabilitate. They basically have to get used to be in the forest again. And once they are prepared to be reintroduced back into the wild, then we take them to a forest area where they can be safe. But that process can take years because orangutans spend with their mothers up to 7-8 years of their life. So when we get little babies that have been left without their mothers, they still have to go through 7-8 years of rehabilitation before we can get them back into the wild. So those are the orangutans that we have at the rehabilitation center that now are being threatened by the fires.
Okay, yeah, the orangutans are quite the magnificent species, and good on you for the work that you're doing. Dr. Carmel Llanos Sanchez, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
GTA 6 will leak before GTA 6. All right, let's have a chat about this. Let's have a chat about this, America. America has been bombing America has been bombing the world, has been bombing and mass murdering people for the last, I don't know, 200, I won't say 200 years, post-World War II, okay? Mass murder is nothing new to America because it's been doing it for a long time. America mass murders. The United States of America. Mass murders, and that's what it's built on. Now, whenever Americans say, oh yeah, they're the better option or better of two evils, the world looks at all of you. The world looks at Americans and says, you're full of shit. Because it's like, oh yeah, this person will be better. I want you to imagine this. I want you to imagine saying what you're saying, Kazi Puffs, saying what you're saying, Deadly Cheesecake, to a person in a tent in Gaza. You know, hey, so guy in a tent, yeah, in the rubble with his 3 children, or with her 3 children, struggling to get food, etc., with rats going around and snakes and shit and all of that stuff. And you walk in and you say, hey, Roshan, welcome. And you walk in and you say, hey, I'm going to be voting for James Tallarico. I know he's not the best option, but I'm going to vote for Tallarico because, yeah, he'll be better than Paxton. And then the person in Gaza in the tent will be like, oh, okay, cool. Cool. Great. How's that going to help me? Is it going to help you? You'll be like, oh, probably not much. Is it going to be any different for me? Is it going to be any different for me? Ask the person in Gaza, on the ground in Gaza. And you say, probably not. Oh, so why don't you say it to an immigrant raped in ICE camps right now? Oh, you mean like all the rest of your presidents who have been putting immigrants, who have been deporting immigrants. I think Joe Biden set that record, didn't he? Or was it Barack Obama? Please stop, Kazi. Stop. Please stop. Okay? Don't act like your government gives a fuck about immigrants. Please? Especially if you aren't one. So let me speak to you guys. I've been anti-war my whole life. Okay. Yeah, that fixes everything, doesn't it, Kazi Puffs? Oh, for fuck's sakes, man. All I want you guys to say is you are prioritizing domestic policy over foreign policy. Just say it. Just say it. Americans, if you are prioritizing domestic policy over foreign policy, just say it. Just say it. Why can't you say it? Why can't you say it? Don't worry about your concerns. Just say it, Deadly Cheesecake. Just say you are prioritizing domestic policy over foreign policy. Like, it's such a cop-out. Like, come on. This is easy. LOL, why is it so easy to read who is white in the chat? Yeah. Americans always vote for domestic policy. 99% can't find Israel on a map. I don't know if it's 99%. I don't know if it's 99%. I think that's harsh. If your activism for something as bad as genocide doesn't free you from your electoral system, every time we go right, we start a war, bro. America has been in constant war. Democrats there have been how many votes now for war powers? The War Powers Act, how many votes has there been? Like 5 or 6? I think the last one passed because everything was over anyway. Come on, Deadly Cheesecake. Don't gaslight me, man. Don't gaslight me, please. Don't gaslight me. America has been in a constant state of war since World War II. Like this, Democrats aren't better, okay? Your country is run on imperialism. People outside the United States can see it, but you think you can vote your way out of it. I just don't understand you. Like, these are the same conversations. Jeffries is literally talking to Jared Kushner as of now. Yeah, exactly. Like, that was in the New York Times. We just read it yesterday. Every year, but 7 since its founding. Yeah. I just don't want to be told that, you care, but you don't want to let Paxton win. Oh, man. Yeah, but if you are undecided, then why? I don't think you're undecided. I think you're going to vote for Tallarico. And that's your choice. But please, please don't say that you're prioritizing anything else over your domestic policy. Because you're not. And that's just the fact. At least just be honest,
Tens of thousands of doses of a vaccine used for previous strains of Ebola have begun arriving in the DRC. The authorities are struggling to control the...
Yeah, if you haven't got it yet, Kazi, they all fucking lie. All of them. All of them lie. Every single one of them. Black, brown, white, super white, heavy white. They all lie, Kazi.
Rapidly spreading virus. It's already the fastest growing outbreak.
Including Tallarico, Kazi.
Break on record. It was declared almost 100 days ago on 15th of May. 5 weeks later, the number of confirmed cases passed 1,000 with 277 deaths. By the start of August, the number of cases had risen dramatically with a 6-fold increase in death. There are now well over 5,000 confirmed cases and more than 2,500 deaths with a mortality rate of 47.6%. Here's Zara Wasami.
By the time patients arrive at this Ebola treatment center in Bunia in eastern Congo, their symptoms are already severe. They need to be tested and isolated.
Yeah, but Deadly Cheesecake, it's who told you that? Who told you that you don't care about Palestine? Like, it's crazy to say you don't care about Palestine when voting for Tallarico is basically not caring for Palestine. They sound like libs to me. What? America voted for Barack Obama because they got caught up in the fervor of the first black president. Okay? America voted for Barack Obama because it was supposed to bring hope. It was supposed to bring an end to the establishment. It was supposed to bring an end to systemic racism and an end to just like a rewrite of the American Constitution almost. It was supposed to be a generational change. He did nothing.
The Bundaboya strain of Ebola is now killing people at a faster rate than any previous outbreak. And only 30 to 40% of cases have been detected so far.
People didn't vote for Obama because he was going to stop wars. People voted for Obama because it was supposed to be that hope, that message. First black president. No, it wasn't, Kazi Puffs. It was the first black president, and the guy, and the other option was fucking terrible.
According to Africa's top public health agency, health workers are trying to identify patients that are carrying the disease to stop the spread.
Here we have the special cases. They're those who've come with symptoms that make us think immediately that they're ill with Ebola. And we get the test results in less than 24 hours to see if it's confirmed or not.
Dr. Alex Maruzzi knows the symptoms.
You forget how bad the other dude was. What was his name? The Vietnam War veteran dude? The guy who was taken hostage in Vietnam? John McCain? Yeah, he was terrible. If you want a good clip to watch... Yeah, Obama ran on anti-war, but that wasn't why people voted for him. He was the first black president. He promised so many things, healthcare included. War would have been one choice, sure, but it wasn't like the only choice. Come on, man.
And no one better than a black, gay, masculine presenting woman understands what it means to be oppressed, what it means to
Hey, Matt,
have
man,
that
welcome.
violence portrayed and put on to her every single day from multiple marginalized groups that I myself identify with. But a lot of people that sit in these crowds every night, pay these tickets every night to come and love, support us, they face this in their every single day lives, but yet they don't have the platforms and the cameras in front of them and the podcast that people want them on. So yes, I understand that activism isn't for everyone, but being a good human being should be for everyone. We have people starving. We have kids being killed and murdered every single day, here, there, Congo, Sudan. This is a colonization problem all over the world. And so for me, I'm not scared to talk about those things. This is logic. Like, I think I'm a very emotional person, but when it comes to this, I am very logical. I am very type A. I am very, let's talk about facts. Let's talk about history. Let's talk about post-British colonialism. Let's talk about how we even got to this point that we're at today. How did we get in 2025 where we are in America with the turmoil that we have? You cannot move forward and heal in anything in life without the accountability of why you are where you are.
Who is this person? Are they a basketball player? Natasha Cloud? WNBA player? Okay. Is this the person that got abused by that dude with the women are biological females t-shirt. Oh my gosh. That was so sick. So is Natasha Cloud a trans athlete? Is that why the dude was wearing a t-shirt? Why was that dude wearing the t-shirt then? That dude is ass. Is Natasha just speaking up for trans athletes? Is that what's happening here? Okay. All right. I get it. I thought you shared it, trans women, to show a trans athlete speaking up for their rights or something. I don't know this person, by the way. I just saw that video yesterday. That's all. Based. Absolutely based. I think Olgi, yeah, it's been going viral. Yeah, that dude was such a fucking idiot. I can't believe they wear a bio I bet you that guy is some sort of like Christian nationalist. Is that person a Christian nationalist? That guy who was wearing that t-shirt? Of course he is. So Hassan posted earlier. You know the fucking funniest thing about these assholes, right? These Christian nationalist assholes, they wear these t-shirts about biology, etc., and they think the world began 6,000 years ago. They wear all of this shit, and then they choose the science that they think is proving their point. But even the science they've supposedly chosen to prove their point is wrong. Because human beings aren't just XX and XY, right? Like, intersex is a big deal. These guys are just doing the biological thing because I just think it's such an effective culture war, or it has become such an effective culture war. It's become such an effective culture war for these people. It's crazy. The best way to retort, like to put these idiots in their place, is when they bring up biology, just go, bro, shut the fuck up. You think the world is 6,000 years old? You are a dumb cunt. Stop quoting me false science. NS Cantor is a CIA asset. Someone should ask why a foreign CIA asset is now being deployed to foment trans-athletic panic when the admin's popularity is at well-deserved all-time lows. Yeah, I don't think Christian nationalists should be talking about science at all. And they're misrepresenting the science. They pick and choose science. It's so easy. Just tell them to fuck off. If they bother you, trans women, you tell me, okay? You bring them in the chat. I'll have a chat with them. You bring them here. Just say, if I'm live, or the next time I go live, just bring them here and I will give them a piece of my mind. I will give them a piece of my mind and I'll just be like, shoo, dipshit. Fuck these people, man. They have nothing. Can I too? Yeah, fuck yeah. These people are idiots. How the fuck? Christian nationalists telling people about biology is just the most stupid fucking thing.
all too well. He was hospitalized here for 18 days after contracting the virus.
This was my room in the...
Natasha's based. Yeah, she sounds incredible. She sounds like an activist who doesn't give a fuck about what people think. It's good.
Hospital, room number 13. I have memories of everything I went through here. All of the hemorrhaging, the respiratory distress syndrome, gastroenteritis. I had it all here. Fortunately, God is good and I'm standing here in front of you now.
There are fears the current outbreak is on track to pass the deadly 2014 Ebola epidemic in West Africa, which killed more than 11,000 people.
At the moment, it's been
Guys, when it comes to this trans conversation, like these bigots, don't even go into detail. You don't need to. You don't need to start pulling up receipts from random places. You don't need to. These people are fucking idiots. They're either agnostic or or nationalist, right? Like, their whole worldview is so fucked up. They don't even know. They don't have an ounce of consistency in their body. They can't hold a consistent thought. Take care, Spencer. Hope you're feeling all right. Log off, rest up. See you soon.
the fastest Ebola outbreak, which has been ever recorded. So for sure, it's extremely challenging, extremely concerning situation. And now the outbreak in West Africa in 2014 lasted for 2 years. Now we are just at 3 months now, but we are still the speed and the scale of this outbreak.
There is no vaccine for this variant of Ebola, but the Air Vivo vaccine was used in previous outbreaks. The Congolese government is rolling out the vaccine in desperation, hoping it may provide some protection.
We have realized that public...
I think this is far worse than people are paying attention for. I think it's pretty bad. This is the largest Ebola outbreak, guys. This is the largest Ebola outbreak, and it's been completely shut off from the world.
Public health measures alone must be accompanied by other measures, particularly medical interventions.
There's no really evidence at the moment, enough evidence for really saying like this can help or maybe be effective for the BVD for the Njiboujo strain.
So far, the virus has been contained to eastern Congo, a region devastated by conflict over the decades and a current active war zone after the M23 rebel group took control last year. The health system is extremely fragile, and there is mistrust and fear among the public.
Back home, there are rumours going around that people are being injected with deadly substances, or that medical staff are killing patients. But if that were the case, I'd already be dead.
12 health facilities have been attacked since the outbreak began, according to the UN. But the local community and aid groups have rallied together to stop the misinformation and the virus spreading further.
I want to finish off with this report. This is an interesting thing. Cancer patients were given a personalized vaccine. I want us to watch this. And I need your thoughts. And I need your thoughts because if this was, I'll just give you my thoughts. If there was a personalized cancer vaccine and I had cancer, I would ask for like a 6-pack. Okay, I would ask for like a 12-pack, a dozen. Just put it in me, you know? Like, not even like if they were just pumping me with I don't know, like Bill Gates tracking chips, wouldn't matter. If they said it would cure my cancer, I would get it.
There's been a big potential breakthrough in cancer treatments.
An experimental vaccine could reduce the chance of the cancer returning or spreading.
This is the first ever evidence for mRNA technology in cancer that it can work.
Is basically the first piece of good news in a while.
If it all pans out, it might be important not only for melanoma, but for other cancers as well.
very specific example. Nah, when I was on TikTok, we used to have a lot of people who used to come in and be vaccine deniers. So my retort to that always was like, they'd come in and ask me like a really skeptical question. Hey, did you see that thing about the vaccines? What do you think? Did you see that study about this vaccine? What do you think? And my response to it has always been very, very consistent. And it's when my son was born, a doctor came in, and this is true story. I obviously exaggerate a little bit on this one, but mostly would do all of this stuff. A doctor came in and asked, showed us a list of all the vaccines that he'll need, and I was like, yeah, doctor, absolutely, give him every single one of those. And then I was like, is there like a secret menu? Can I choose to upsize? Like, can I get fries with this? Can I take it along with my son? Can we double up, triple up? And I was like, you know that vaccine? You know that vaccine with the worms? Give my son 3 of those so he can have 3 friends for the rest of his life, no matter what. And I was like, the one with the Bill Gates chip? Give me 4 of those so that Bill Gates can track my ass in real time. Like, put it right in my ass. Give me the Bill Gates chip ones. Give me the ones that turn 5G into COVID so that the Bill Gates chips have 5G. Give me all of them. Give me 2 of each. Give him 2 of each. I'll take a large. It really gets the people who come in with like all this skepticism don't like that. They really don't like it.
Yes, it is being called a major breakthrough in the treatment of cancer, a potential watershed.
They're like, who's paying you, bro? Who's paying you? They're like, who's paying you? Bro, I don't need to be paid to take Bill Gates' chips in my ass. I'll take it for free.
It is the news that a personalized vaccine given in combination with
Give me all the vaccine
has stopped skin cancer returning in patients during a trial. Now, the vaccine was given to people with high-risk melanoma. It's a type of skin cancer after they had surgery. The key finding from early results was that the jab helped patients to stay cancer-free for longer. But who could ultimately benefit from this treatment, and what is melanoma? Here's our global health correspondent, Dominic Hughes.
So melanoma is a type of aggressive skin cancer caused by exposure to ultraviolet light. It can spread from the skin to other parts of the body, and often people may notice a new mole, for example. That's often how it appears on the skin. That mole could be an odd shape, a mix of colours. It might be itchy, it might bleed a bit, or it changes over time. So this trial then was looking at people who had what's called high-risk melanoma. It was what's called a phase 3 trial, so quite advanced down the route of testing this new.
Michael, I feel like we're inviting trouble with all this chips talk. Oh my gosh. JFK Jr. has all the secret vaccines and he turned out healthy enough to be the health secretary of America. Oh man, that JFK dude is, oh my gosh. I feel so bad for you Americans. Oh shit.
Drug, and it involved more than 1,000 patients who had this high risk stage 2, 3 or 4 melanomas, meaning they range from either having large tumours in a specific area to cancers that are spread.
RFK Jr., not JFK Jr. RFK Jr.
To other parts of the body.
So those are the people who took part in that trial that has attracted so much attention. But what's actually been achieved? Here's Dominic again.
So this vaccine is called Intismerin.
2:40 p.m. Yes.
It was given in combination with.
Actually, yeah, I think it's a good time. It's a good time. It's a good time, everybody! Woo! What a great stream. We got so many people. Hassan's internet fucked up, so I think a lot of people came by and followed and subscribed and everything. Oh my goodness. You know, thank you so much for all the support, folks. Everyone came in. I've got to pick up my son. Yeah, I misspelled because his dad couldn't bother to name his son something other than his own name. It's been a pleasure hosting all of you. When am I back, Masselhoff? I'll be back at... today I have my son. Amber, my wife, is going out for dinner, so I'm going to be doing the dinner, bed, and bath routine. So I'll be on at around 8:30 p.m. for a few hours. 8:30 p.m. New Zealand time. Kakite Lizards Lounge. Oh, I'm so glad you guys are using Te Reo Maori. Good for you. Look at you. Kakite, everybody. But I will be back, Masselhoff. And we'll get into some nice docos and any updates to be made at that time. Take care, Scary. Thank you. Thank you, Jess. I think Deadly Cheesecake, the only thing I'll tell you is don't bullshit yourself. You can bullshit me all you want. Don't bullshit yourself. Right? Don't fall into the trap of like thinking your shit smells better. That's all I'll tell you. Yeah, who are we rating? Who we rating, folks? Rhizome, yes! Let's raid Rhizome. We can raid Sad Girl next time, Lula. I'll raid Rhizome, and then we can raid Sad Girl next time. Oh, thank you, trans woman. Yeah, Cosmopolitics came by. Yes.
Thank you, friends.
Thank you so much, friends. Love all of you. Please take care. Look after your loved ones. And I'll be here later on. Kakite, everybody. Kakite. Hit me with the follow back on Twitter if you want. I just do gaming. Yeah, for sure. Of course. Take care, everybody. Love to all of you. And I will see you all later on. Free Palestine. Kakite. Salam. See you soon. 3, 2, 1. Enjoy the raid. Be noisy in Rhizome's chat, please. Be noisy. Take care, everybody. Love you all. And YouTube and Twitch refugees. Soon to be Twitch refugees. Take care, everyone. I'll catch you soon. Kakite.